Hello, everyone. How are we doing today? This fine afternoon. I don't know how actually DMCA free this spooky DMCA free playlist on Spotify is, but we'll just kind of go with it. How is the audio? How is that? Do I need to turn it down? Do I need to turn me up? What's going on with that? And as I'm getting that answer, we were supposed to be doing Legend of Zelda today, but Pendog updated. Pendog updated, and I wasn't going to cover it. Maybe music needs a little down. Got it. Okay. I wasn't going to. But then I kind of read, well, I listened to this, which I will be going to reading later. I'll be going to read it later, and I got all these links, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. There's a lot to explore. Why not? Let's get some more eyes on this, so I don't have to be the one doing all. I don't have to be the one doing all the fucking looking and going, oh shit. I mean, I can follow the Discord, and I would be able to follow this, but this is all that they have for the this Slishy Slasher update, which is what this is called, because the Slishy Slasher is the focus of the update. Is the music good now? Yeah, some of this is music, some of this is movie scores. I don't know how DMCA free that is. Whatever, it's fine. Anyway, I was informed by Pata, because we were looking at a creative thing. Does Friddies sound dumb as a parody of a certain place? Friddies. There are worse names for things. I would almost go with Teddy's. I would almost go with Teddy's. Just because it's funny. But yeah, I was informed by Pata, hey, maybe people don't know who Slishy Slasher or Jane Prell is. So we're going to do a little bit of reading on the Slishy Slasher and on Jane Prell, and then we'll start looking into, this stuff. It actually sounds better and less dumb. So let us start by reading the info on Jane Prell's infamous character, the Slishy Slasher. The Slishy Slasher would feature in several of her later works and typically depicted in abstract, nightmarish landscapes, either being tormented by them or being the perpetrator of events within them. Not much can be said about Slishy Slasher's backstory or history, as what we know comes from rumor, gossip, or vague accounts of Prell's own words. The Slishy Slasher was a manifestation or metaphor for her borderline personality disorder and her struggles with it. But what the character's motivations were, what her end goals were, and the past she endured are unknown, however. However, with the current work on the restoration of the Stars in Blue storybook, based on the notes left behind by Prell, this character's history should hopefully be revealed in time. The Slishy Slasher was often depicted by Jane as a murderous tall woman, with an abstract swarm of arms at her employ that she would use to chop up puppets, people, and ideas with a grinning scarlet smile. She was depicted doing this in a very casual way. Her human arms typically stuffed in her pockets, and herself leaning to the side while her additional arms went to work chopping and slicing away with straight razors. However, in her later work, the murderous agenda would be changed into something a bit more abstract, cutting the ribbons of people and breaking them apart. This could have been a more elegant metaphor for destroying relationships via cutting the red thread of destiny. Now this right here, this is new. I've clicked on it, so I will say, as I said, I have listened to this, and I have looked through all of Slishy Slasher's stuff to see if there were any secrets. There's no secrets in here that I can surmise. Maybe it's a code for something, I don't know. But this was not on the archive before. So, here's some new Slishy Slasher art. Hooray. Good for the Slishy Slasher fans. Do they look like ladders? I don't know. Well... That kind of looks like an S. That one maybe a P or a T? I mean I, and that would be a lowercase t. Yeah, I don't know. No idea. Based on the notes, we have... Oh, by the way, if you haven't noticed, the cursor changed. The cursor... The cursor is no longer the normal cursor. It is the Slishy Slasher in what looks to be a graduation cap. It's really cute. I love it. Wait, you didn't do that? No. All throughout the site, and even through the tabs here, that is the cursor. That's like the first thing everyone noticed. It was like, oh shit, the cursor's different. Based on the notes we have recovered from Jane's digital footprint, we can discern the slasher was a deeply unhappy and jealous individual. Her early drawings of the character would have them demanding people to look at them and muttering jealous, bile, and insults at her targets. It's no wonder that people took the drawings personally and ostracized the artist. However, I can't help but feel that, messy and poorly explained as they were, these words were not directed at anyone but Jane herself. Her portrayal of how she perceived BPD was manifesting within herself. Simply put, the Slishy Slasher was a hateful depiction of self from an extremely self-loathing individual, and eventually became a self-fulfilling destiny. In her later illustrations, planned or completed, and written notes, the character was described as eventually finding someone other than finding something other than the life she currently lives, which is very interesting to think about. This definitely matches what I've read of the Stars and Boo storybook, a work planned and never completed by Jane Prell, which I am working with other artists to complete. In the drafts of the book, the slasher was described as eventually falling into another world. Her story switching from horror, loneliness, and digging down to community, restorative justice, and mental wellness. An interesting character, not as famous or well known, and definitely not as popular as other characters hosted on our archive, but one I thought our readers would appreciate learning about. So Slishy Slasher is a fan favorite. Most of these are fan favorites. Most of the every character has their fans, but like Slishy is definitely a big one. Is a big character in both the lore and the fan community. There are a lot of people who love her, and I understand why. She's got a cool design, and from the personality she has shown so far, she is very interesting. So the creative history, and not the creative archive. This cursor is a little weird to work with. So I'm like, we don't need to read much of this except for Jane Prell. We'll talk about that in a second. This article is dedicated to a very obscure, complicated, and troubled individual, so take heed before reading. You're traveling into an unhappy history with an unsatisfactory ending. With that in mind, let's discuss Jane Prowl, digital illustrator, enthusiast for cartoons, and intense horror fan. Most of what we can learn about Jane Prowl is sourced from accounts of friends, acquaintances, and those affected by her. I'm gonna need to lube my throat up real good. After this mug of soda, I'm gonna have to grab water. I've been trying to do more healthy habit stuff lately, like drinking a little bit more water, working out, going on walks with my dog, doing more personal hygiene, such as shaving, which I did very hastily, like 20 minutes before stream. Which is why I am now feeling a part of my neck I didn't get to. God damn it. I hate when I do that. Don't you hate it when you shave and it's like, ah, yes, you missed one part? Yeah, because I'm feeling around on the other side and I didn't miss that part there. Fuck me. God damn it. Anyway. Back to Jane. Most of what we can learn about Jane... Oh, yeah. We have fairly little info relayed from her own mouth, and her family has been, well, we didn't think it would be right to contact them. And who do we think the information they might have on Jane would be truthful? Hey, maybe once I'm done with it, you can read my story on stream. I'm joking, that would be weird. From what I've read of your story, yeah. Delves into... Alright. Jane Prowl drew from a young age, but was never up front with when she got hooked on the idea of cartoons. That said, a large body of her memorable work was released following the young woman's 20th birthday. From her earliest drawings, one could see a heavy focus on Rubber Hose-style cartoons, body horror, and grasping crowds of hands. She described herself as loving to cram as many details into her work as possible. She would draw in this style for about 3 years, posting her art periodically and slowly connecting with other artists she met online. The art she made was an expression of her love for abstract horror, and she felt that cartoons could be used so much more in the genre than they typically were. She would often write long rambling threads for her desire for a slasher movie that starred a cartoon front and center as the antagonist. That would be cool. That'd be neat. I agree with her on that. Around the final years of her artistic career, Jane would shift her art style into 50s inspired UPA cartoon aesthetic. She mentioned being burnt out, and perhaps this was an attempt to do something new with her art and find creative enrichment through different art styles. The work she put out during this time was equally surreal and abstract, but with a meaner and more violent edge to it. Jane was a very troubled individual, graduating university during quarantine, which is fucking awful for anyone. Just gonna say, anyone who graduated during quarantine, I'm so sorry you didn't get to walk. And returning to what she described to friends as stifling, awful suburban family home, she had become increasingly dependent on online communities for attention and human interaction. It's clear that she felt alone in her house, regularly preparing for the inevitability of homelessness, or being forced into a group home by other family members. Her desire for connection led into a habit of clinging onto other artists she admired online, immediately assuming them to be friends and getting extremely possessive and angry when she felt she was being abandoned for other relationships. Perhaps due to the stresses of her situation, she felt trapped and doomed. Regardless, she could be extremely difficult to be around, and had a habit of lashing out verbally at those around her. After years of building goodwill online, it all exploded in the year of 2023. She began to slough away at acquaintances and friends. It was an event that I myself was vaguely aware of, but this was mainly through gossip and secondhand information from friends, which is untrue. Penny was a friend of Jane that Jane cut off. Through this explosion. During this time, her most violent and bleak artwork would be made, with her infamous character, the Slitty Slasher, featuring amongst the most troubling of them. A big part and controversy of her new art was that it featured her cartoon killers slaughtering inanimate puppets. It was something that scared off a lot of people, but when questioned about it, she had multiple explanations behind the meaning of her art. According to her, she felt like a puppet in her household. As an autistic person who would let her life be written out for her and forced to play in a specific role, the art was stated to be an expression of self-harm for someone to cut her strings. But on another account, she stated it would be a manifestation of her borderline personality disorder, a killer of relationships. What is this? Senor Muttley. Hello, I'm assuming this is Drew? This is the Pendog Creative Library. It is an ARG, or alternate reality game, based on a website of fictional cartoon characters that are real in this, alternate reality. I hope this isn't a colorblind test I'm learning about myself. No, this is meant to be a cryptic image. We are covering it today, True, because we have a new update, and I am reading old articles on Jane Prell and alternate reality game. God, I don't know how to explain an alternate reality game. Is that a stereogram? I would not know. It's like it is a God. How do I describe this? I'm trying to think of something you would know. Cause I don't think you know Marble Hornets. I don't think you know Welcome Home. 9 Inch Nails did one. I think there was a Halo 2 one with I Love Bees. What is the base concept of an ARG? Hold on, there is actually a site I can turn for the base concept of an ARG. Give me a second. There's the index archive. Oh, no, never mind. About. Where the fuck is the... God damn it, I know there was a fucking... What is an ARG? Here we go. Here's the definition of unfiction and ARG. Unfiction, aka this is not a game, storytelling. Oh, never mind. What is an ARG? An ARG is a fictional experience taking place across the internet, physical locations, or both, that uses a variety of platforms, media, and actors to deliver narrative material and opportunities to interact, but never acknowledge the fictional state and needs an audience to deliver a story. The audience assumes that the task of uncovering and retrieving information, interacting with elements while staying in character, and advancing a narrative through their actions, all to reach a determined ending or state of completion that tells a story in a comprehensible or satisfying way. That is what an ARG is. Basically, an interactive story. There are a lot of known... a quick version. Oh, here we go. Oh, this is just for the index, never mind. So that's what an ARG is. And this is an ARG / unfiction. Anyway. Regardless, she would sink deeper away from online spaces when she went missing. So like a Disney DVD menu game. Yes, but it comes in episodes. And usually tells like an actual story. Instead of like a game. It's an interactive story. So yeah, it's Pajin time. Wait, would Hidden Mickeys at Disney World count as an ARG? Not really. Did I just accidentally hit it correct? Sort of. Senor. He is now Senor Muttley. Senor. Nothing has been posted from her since. Does this count as puzzles? We'll probably be getting into puzzles at some point. No matter how troubled of a person she might be, she could be deeply unpleasant and have an aversion to responsibility. But some pity is earned, I think. As someone who pities her, I think I'm obliged to archive her work as an artist. We can only speculate on what it could have been if she'd just let herself move on. I think I get it. Okay, good. Months ago, someone sent me a link to a series of artwork surrounding a conceptual book called The Stars in Blue, a book that would have explored more of Slashy's history, and perhaps reflect a more tender and remorseful side of Jane as she worked to give her character a happy ending. I have been working with several friends in order to restore this book in the form of a collaborative project, in which everyone in the group draws a page described by Jane, by Jane in Notes Left Behind. So, Jane Prell is an artist that is the artist behind the Slushy Slasher, which is the focus of the update today, and also the little cursor I have right here. Look at him. Look at her. Look at them. Wee. She's getting an education. She has a little graduate's cap on. She also, Jane herself, is trans. Her parents didn't like that. So she kind of, left. Or was kicked out, I'm not sure. And then she found... So, here's... I'm not quite certain on the timeline here. But, I think at some point, she found a cult. A cult based on Dorothy Dew, which, if you don't remember, Dorothy Dew is this character. Based around Dorothy Dew and her creator, who is in the creative history, not Marina Gossamer, Barbara Massey. She amassed a cult, not sure how, not sure why, but she amassed a cult that Jane got mixed up in. So Jane is now part of a cult and hasn't been heard from since. The cult forced her to detransition. As one does after joining a cult. See, this is Jane. She's wearing a costume of her, quote, old self. And now she's rejecting her old self and going back to her old self, which is weird. And the vanishing part, not the other thing. Yeah. See, I figured that's what it was. So Jane is a very deeply troubled person and is in a very weird situation. We don't know what's exactly going on with Jane at the moment, but what we do know is what's going on with her character, Slishy Slasher. See, most of the characters on this list, on this in this whole thing right here, they have a presence in the real world. They are real. They are, or at the very least, they have a presence on the internet. Minerva Woeful is a real puppet that has been giving us hints the entire fucking time. Seymour and Straw Betty have just recently been revealed to be real puppets that Jane is keeping in her house. They don't know that she doesn't know that they're alive. And Beatrice B.E., this looking motherfucker, is looking for them. Miss Hecate is a mystery and is also a central force of this ARG. She has been around and is also responsible for at least a few deaths. So Slishy Slasher is no different. She's around. She's real. One of these ARG things to break the bubble and some news outlet thinks some cult shit is going down. So Slishy is a real person, real being, that has been around for a while. Slenderman Girl. Oh, the Slenderman killings. Yes, that actually did happen. The Slenderman stabbing is what people call it, because it was a stabbing and the girl didn't die from it. So now we're gonna dive into what the update is. And it centers, I believe, around this 20-minute audio, but I will be reading it myself because I get to do it as a character. A fun character. You stand at the edge of nowhere. Layered coats and mittens long succumb to the freezing chill that batters away its skin and bone. We can't dictate one character. Arms, legs, fingers, toes, all more automata than human in their rigid, staggered motion. Those frostbitten hands of yours reach forward towards some sort of destination, hoping to stop the blinding haze of snow that cuts and gouges the field of vision of anyone who approaches this barren place. Through the squinted dew windows of ice-flaked eyes, the world outside seems completely white. Things that might be trees encroach at the edges of the far distance, yet you feel unsure of this discernment. The way those black branches twist, bend, and flicker between torrents of snowfall gives the impression of moving limbs in active pursuit. Yet, you've never had an eye for the details, and helps you convince yourself that perhaps these trees just look identical. They are not following you. Then, in the distance, a sickly red hue illuminates the white horizon. Not warm, not comforting, just another strangeness. The red light, which grows stronger as you approach seems to soak into the snow, polluting its purity. At the center of the red, you observe an ever-clarifying shape. A tall spire. Could it be a tent? A radio tower? It's sharp in all the ways those things are, and yet, no. No steel could be so blue. A tent surely would have blown away in such weather. The construction of the shape hurts to even look at. So sharp it makes your eyes begin to tingle. In all its design, just from seeing the blurry silhouette, you think this might be the architecture of perfected hostility. When the tremors first erupt, you panic, thinking that there must be an earthquake or avalanche, and yet, wherever you look, there is no sign of these things. To your horror, the cause of the vibrations are not an external force, but an internal one. Every organ in your body rumbles and quakes, every hair stands on end, and your eyes painfully roll themselves to look to the left, to the right, up, down, legs forcing against your will to bend backwards and walk the other way. Your entire body makes an active effort in running away from this object. Maybe that'd be great. I loved that. I don't think if they were to ever participate in a stream, it would be someone bigger. But I would love to see if they saw it on, YouTube again. That would be sweet. For some inane reason, you close the distance between yourself and the blue dread structure, fighting every step to overcome self-preservation instincts that scream, "Run, you idiot, run!" Even if you wish to run, however, the snow crops up to your knees. There is no fleeing in this place. The winter night air is sickly here. Not quite pitch black. They saw the first stream we did of this, the VOD of this at the very least. One of the people who works on it and the actual person who created it also saw it. Murphy, and I forgot the other person's name, but Murphy is the creator of this. She is wonderful. Just from all of this shit she's been creating, holy shit. The winter night is the color of tepid diluted coffee, permeated by the hideous luminescence of snow, reflecting the moon rays has been a mockery of its attempt of bringing comfort to the season. Out of that ink-washed sky, out of the ice storms, bends a long neck, the cruel smile, the hateful eyes, the amused face, the devilish shape of the slasher. And I say to you, a nice walk, isn't it? It has been some time now, hasn't it? About a year, in fact, since our last gathering. I wouldn't have it any other way, to be separated from someone you care about is such a wonderfully melancholy feeling. Something you can nurture, sprout into an addictive habit. Such is that when you finally meet with those people once more, the warmth, the brightness, the emotions, they all blossom forth to something strange and volatile. Ah, but can you feel the shift in the seasons? The encroaching completion of a violent circle. My greeting was not just in good spirits, but also to suggest the nature of what is to come. That this has all happened before, and will happen again, and again, and again, forever and always, until this bleeding wound ends at the knife tip, blade that carves into the fate of the world, curling inwards along the winter spiral. We walk from dark to light, watching the candles flicker and focus inward as we sustain ourselves against the towering cold. The thing called history will never end, but if, say, we were to prepare, to steel ourselves against it, we can survive it a little longer. We cannot stop ourselves from being murdered by history, that great sharp-toothed beast that eats everything. Everything and all, but we can outlive our intended date of death. Channel the path to something lighter for a brief moment. Since our last meeting, I have wandered long, seeing all the sights of the world that my creator never got the chance to witness herself, sifting my blade through bone and skin like a comb through hair. Would you like to hear about it? There's so many stories to tell. By the time I finish them all, you'll have frozen to death, and I need you alive for a little longer. How about 4 recent ones? Can you manage that? The city was the ugliest thing I'd ever had the displeasure of seeing. Los Angeles is such a miserable place. It's true. Very true. Full of shallow, miserable people, openly killing themselves just to live their drawing pictures. Jane would disagree. She once wished for the chance just to scrub the floors at one of those moving picture factories before she grew bitter and disillusioned with it. Probably Neon Place. Home of snake oil salesmen and perfume fumes. And still, Jane had always wanted to visit the city, so in her stead, I felt the need to walk its streets, meet its people, analyze its culture. All for that pitiable woman who terrified its denizens with a single drawing. So I begrudgingly went through it with my self-made promise, endured the lights, the unpleasant people, the laughable infrastructure. If that was all there was to experience of the damned city, I likely would not be recounting the story to you. But there was a good thing. There was one good thing about this vile experience. One good person. At least for a bit. Until they were no longer good. But at first, they were sweet to be around. Meek thing. The little shop they loved to talk about. I must admit that, sadly, I am more wise into the nuances of social interaction than my creator. A slasher, in the idea defined by a country that sleeps with guns beneath their pillows, must be clever and amicable in order to lure their victims into a web of unlocked doors and missing cell phones. Yes, I speak honestly. I did not approach the person with an attempt to kill, nor is my cordiality a facade. It is easier to deceive and engender goodwill when you mean more than half of the things you say. I genuinely found them to be pitiable, in almost the same way Jane had been. It took me around the city, seeming more lost than I was as we shopped, watched movies, among other things. I had the inkling they might not have left the house much before meeting me. Jane was the same way in her graduate years. An entire amazing city that she rarely made time to explore. We do love our guns. Says the Brit. Their blogs were interesting. I already have their blogs up, so we don't have to click on that link. All the links in here I have up here, so we don't need to click on them. We will come to them when we get to... We will read them when we get to them. Maybe it was the loneliness that endeared me to them so much. The urge to kill it out of my new friend, to make them feel better. The idea that my presence was causing such a drastic improvement in this present life was intoxicating, addictive. For once, I was more than a slasher. Hangouts turned into dates, turned into sleepovers, turned into morning coffee, turned into something better. Something different. But of course, I am a slasher. Sometimes we get the final girl, sometimes we watch them run away. Sometimes both. I did not get them in the end. Rather, I did, but not the way I wanted or they wanted. I think we were both unhappy at how things ultimately wrapped up. And then, from that messy business, I moved out and into better, but still no more appealing cities. My steps turned in timed accordingly with weather patterns that brought with them terrible storms and choking frost air. What city I ended up in didn't particularly matter. The important detail was what laid within. An esteemed art gallery. Not quite big enough to be a museum, not small enough to be along the lines of one's college art building. Well known enough that the patrons regularly stopped to look up at it in admiration. As a young undergrad student, Jane had visited the gallery and been awed by its various works. Brutal paintings with frayed edges, heavily layered with brushstrokes, caught her mind, and for the first time in her life, the young graphic design student began to wonder if she could be doing something else with her life. Those brushstrokes, as you surely know, would later overtake her mind in increasingly destructive ways. But that is neither here nor there to discuss. A bit redundant, really. She always had thoughts about that building. Loved it almost as if it were a person. Loved the idea of returning to see it one day. Always on the back of her mind. Like her ambitions never realized. Redundant? I want to know. It would basically be saying it would basically be her saying everything that was said about Jane in her article, basically. What is and what is not inhabited is such an oddity to decipher. In this world of slashers, cartoon attack hounds, electrical men, polka-dotted thing. Those are all characters, by the way. Hello? Sir, Superior Technology High? Thank you, Pada. By the way, these are the things that she all mentioned, all characters in Pendog. She is, of course, the slasher. Cartoon Attack Hound is Maisie. Electrical Men is Telelectric. And the polka dotted thing is Maisie. Who is sort of barely on the site. She's not like a character that's listed, but she's, there. And of course, the corpse-screened worm, which is, Hecate. Well, it is interesting what other things bring to life. Painting that was loved, building where so many suffered and lost their lives. A party gone wrong. A website that copies and echoes the events discussed on it. A simple art gallery that a young girl loved once upon a time. It made things inconvenient, you see, when I did what needed to be done. I'm not sure if I could ever show my face to Jane after what I did there. The place that loved and hated Jane all at once, located in windy Chicago, bombarded by winds and downpours ferrying me through its borders. Jane loved this place too, you know. She loved places because it was easier than loving people. When she had to leave this state, it broke her heart. She only lived here for 2 years, a little less than even. Yet when she moved back home, she would wake up at night feeling homesick for the windy city and start to cry. She'd tell herself it was stupid. She'd get angry at herself for getting upset for something so foolish. Deep down, though, she knew it wasn't stupid, and it wasn't foolish. That place was the first time she felt comfortable calling somewhere home. The place loved her too. The people in it, at least a lot of them, loved Jane too. But the ease with which she allowed herself to slip out of their lives left a bitter note on everything. So much so that those who made life difficult for Jane during her stay there prevented any further discussion of the sinister. I inserted myself into students' winter market as easily as a seasonal chill, just making my rounds and spying in on what was being orchestrated behind the scenes. Thinking about how things went down when I extended that event tickles me so. Oh, what a mess, what a catastrophe. What a clever generation that is so inherent to this earth. Jane would be so proud if she knew. She would be so humbled if she knew how loved she was. The last place I visited, before where we find ourselves now. Family business is always so repulsive. Neighborhood quarrels, much more so. As you've likely read on Jane's zine on motherhood and the general concept of parenthood. She was loved, clickable? Yes, it's up here. It's up here. The Western family unit breeds contempt for all people. The inherent violence of the dynamic blossoming to new grotesque proportions and cultivated within suburbia. Jane's hometown was a shallow, hollow, sallow location to grow up in. The last place you'd want a child like her to be received. Sadly, I was not responsible for what became of my creator's mother. Something that makes me feel such a silly sort of way. Taking everything I have not to storm into that building, strangle the ones who did it, to pick up Jane in my arms, carry her from that bedraggled place. Would find her someplace free of all this, somewhere where she can sleep, somewhere she can call home once more. Which indicates to me that the cult that she is in right now killed Jane's mother. Because Jane's mother is dead. So, don't know why that happened. But okay. But Jane is strong. Jane doesn't need me, and if she does, she will call my name. Are you going to remember the order? The order in which they were clicked on? Yes, because it's from right to left. Only then will I intervene. The reason I visited was not related to her mother, see. Whatever those sailing dreamers touch with their waterlogged fingers becomes pestilent. Bad business to interact with the little productions for too long. They have a tendency to cling on long after the event. No, what haunted me was the reminder of another child. One still a child. Left behind when Jane fled that town and was losing his only confidant in the process. Confidant in what, you ask? Oh, it would be rude to say. Unlike the Scarecrow, I don't go poking and nudging others towards things they have no business in knowing. That is Winerva. Winerva does have a tendency to poke her nose into things and be like, here's what Jane is doing. Here's her little diary. Ooh. Every time we've gotten into Penny's personal blog, it's been through Winerva. This site, though, I mentioned it before, but history is not solid matter. In the internet age, history and information has become more and more fluid. They will try to make their way onto the diary of Jane. No, they won't. Wait, that's messed up. Messed up the song. If Winerva knows what's good for her, she will not try to mess with anything that has to do with Jane. That is Slishy's domain. Only become more and more fluid. Taking that into consideration with the ease at which concepts and structure can be inhabited, well, it is a museum that fills the empty exhibits with its own approximations, colleges that from all that it may find from the deepest dredges of the web and beyond. Enough of this, however. Why are we here, standing at the edge of the cold, letting the sleet and hail, snow chisel away at our faces, Patrick Scarecrow and those that share our intuition are likely to know as well as I the purpose of this meeting. Yet I have intimidated them, made agreements with them, told them to mind their own business, lest I grow hateful and bitter towards their proximity to me. I would never kill the puppet, you understand. I would never stitch her mouth shut or rip her in half. It would be impolite. I have grown since my days as the puppet killer. It is just so that she knows that that there are violences that must be adhered to. Where does that leave us? The mutt, diminished in power, Maisie. The bee, Beatrice B.E. They find themselves too weakened and too isolated to interfere in any meaningful way in what is about to occur. Mirth illuminates my face at the thought of what has been predicted. But I wish to tell you all goodbye. I must say I was flattered you bothered to read about me at all, to walk with me the last time, to ponder on my killings. How joyous it makes me feel just to remember those occasions. My only friends, my only companions. No, my followers. Following my every word. Treading after me in the cold, leaving patterns of footprints behind the pallid snow below that resonated with the swirling snowdrifts above. It is not enough to save you, however. This world has to pay the price for what it did to Jane. Punish the whole class, even the students who did nothing wrong, to set an example. You should get out of here. You're on the wrong side of the canvas. Hang out with someone like me, like them, like her. Little Imp, the Miller Valley twins. They all have fed this place, as animals tend to do before the storm. That is the characters. She is referring to the characters of, let's see, Millie Moonbeam and Wistful Winnie, possibly even Lancer, because we haven't seen Millie, Winnie, or Lancer most anywhere in these past couple updates. Everyone else we've kind of heard from, but these three gone kind of missing. If you've been prying around reading the pitiable manuscripts of Penny's pity party, you surely must know what a dangerous thing she is thing it is she intends to do, and I intend to let her do so. Do you intend to let her to intervene? Nice thought. Poor decision. Very messy. Strangled with your own intestines. Lost to the bloated parasite feasting on this place. You honestly might be better off reclining in my quarters when the dreaded day arrives. But I do love little wagers and games. How about this? You find my heart? Yes, even a wretched slasher such as myself has one. Hidden, shallow, shuddering, yet still there. Tell me what my heart is. Do that, and I will consider playing another game with you on the day when the red reaches the sky. It was a nice walk. I wish it wasn't the last. I will think on it for a while. A long while. I will think about the world for a very long while. Think about history. Think about history for a long while. I will think about Jane when my heart stops its function. I will think about you no longer. Farewell. So, that is to say that Slishy will not be meddling in the affairs of Penny or the archive anymore, I think. I'm not sure. Zelda's evil pod sings, the game praises, and the game beats her up and takes her lunch money. So, there were 4 links in that entire diatribe. All based on the killings, or attempted killings in the case of Sadie, that she committed. We have Sadie's blog, we have Esteemed Gallery, which I'm assuming there are some clickable elements on. Art College, which I again assume there are some clickable elements on. I love this this picture right here, it's very cute. And Suburbia, which is just a bunch of articles which I will have to parse through. You look very clickable today. Hello, Pod, you look very clickable today. Sounds like something that Patata would say to me. Hello, my bisexual queen. You seem very clickable today. No shade to you, Batata. I love when you say things like that. It makes my day. It really does. But before we go on to these blogs, clickable. And before we go on to these blogs and pictures and articles, I actually have to use the washroom. So we are gonna go in a 10-minute break. We're gonna go on our usual 10 minutes. So I suggest you guys go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if you need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we will have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. I saw your message, Snake. This is Carl. Carl Puzzle. It is, for anyone who doesn't know, it's a character we made during Resident Evil 2. Because I was questioning, like, bro, this is a workplace. Why are there puzzles just to get into the office? Yes, I did put on earrings. I put on my D&D earrings because that's the only thing I can find at the moment. But this is Carl. So every time we think about Carl, this is who we think about. This smug, grinning motherfucker. His name stitched into his shirt. Carl Puzzle. Bastard. Alright, now that we have Carl out of the way, we'll go into Sadie's blog. I like the earrings. Now something else can roll other than your eyes. I wish I could set. I wish the peg on the where the peg on the dice where the hook goes in. You know, like this little thing right here. I wish this could be moved to different it could be moved to different sides so that I could show different, you know, like, oh, what was she talking about, pegs? So I can show different numbers, you know, like on days I feel like I've been rolling quite low, it'll be like a 1. Or if I'm feeling real good, I'll be showing the 20. so that people know how I'm feeling that day. or just to fuck with people. I always forget what this flag is. This second one? I always forget what that flag is. Is that lesbian? I believe it's lesbian. I know that it's not. No, it's not the bisexual one. Doesn't she? It is true. I am very horny on main. So this is Sadie, the first quote victim that Slishy talks about in this whole thing. So, hello, blog people. I guess I'm here now. Didn't expect anyone to actually ever see this. I just need a vent, I guess. I just need a space to vent, I guess. 90k. I don't really have anyone I feel I can talk to about these things, and I guess just having some place to write it all out is better than just bottling it up until it all explodes. Not on the main server, on main of the server. Vents. I love the little banners here. Tested positive for grumpiness. Not that I'm antisocial. I just don't like you. It's not that I'm antisocial. I just don't like you. God. September 25th, September 2025. I've never really been someone who cares about, like, having connections with other people. Maybe that sounds kind of terrible. It's not like I don't enjoy having friends. Having friends is great, obviously. I just don't really feel a need to go seeking out friendships or communities, though. I can manage things fine on my own. Plus, it feels like these days everyone's only really out to get something from you. Free promotions, free merch from my shop, free therapists to trauma dump all their problems on. Don't talk to me before I had my coffee because, fun fact, I don't drink coffee. God. People will come into my DMs all the time just saying hi, hey, or hi, trying to start random conversation with me, and it's like, why would you think I care about chatting with some rando, lol? Especially if you're just gonna say hey and nothing else. Then they get upset that I'm ignoring them. I don't owe you people anything, and 1, I don't owe you people anything. 2, if you want a response, at least say something more interesting than a single word. Well, someone actually reached out to me a while ago, saying we had an old mutual friend in common, which I don't really remember, but okay. But they were asking me to work on some storybook zine thing called, like, Blue Stars or something. Penny reached out to her. And, okay, so we can glean that Sadie is an artist, and an artist that was reached out to by Penny to help complete Stars in Blue because they had a mutual friend in Jane. So she knows Jane. Called like Blue Stars or something. Unpaid, of course. It's like, do you think I have the time to be able to draw stuff for free for a story I've never even heard of, TBH? And TBH don't care about? I soft block the person. Like, if you're not gonna respect me or my time and ask me to do unpaid labor for you, then you can GTFO. Well, alone but not lonely. Fuck you, pay me. September 2025. Actually, you know what? It kind of really annoys me when mutuals DM me with you. I'm like, oh, hey, let's do an art trade. Let's do a merch swap. I can't afford to be giving out my products for free, man. My small business is a job. I need money to afford to live. So I can't be trading my products for other people's junk. Seeing when people will beg to have their fundraisers shared around or reposted or whatever. I know it's hard out here, but like, I can't really be reposting every help me afford my monthly bills fundraiser post I see. My socials are for promoting my business. It seems unprofessional to be sharing that kind of stuff. I need to spend my time and my resources on me first and foremost. Especially when it's the same people posting these kind of pity posts every month. IDK, maybe trying to get an actual job or putting some effort into your art and business instead of guilting people into giving you money. IDK, maybe try getting a job or an actual job or putting some more effort into your art and business instead of guilting people into giving you money online all the time. This person seems done with everything. Lady seems like she's just done with the state of the world. You know what? Sometimes I feel the same way. Kind of hard not to feel that way sometimes. Life's a bitch and so am I. I aspire to be like that. There's more September. Even though I have a pretty respectable amount of customers and quite a few mutuals, sometimes it doesn't really feel like anyone actually cares about me. Like, there's a few moots who will occasionally chat with me about mostly like just art or business and stuff, but it's not really like a personal friendship making conversation. Or I'll see people at cons and we'll talk for like a minute and it goes nowhere, and then we will never talk again. Nobody ever reaches out just to like hang out or ask how I am in a meaningful way. Did Pod see him? Does this answer your question? Yeah, this smug bastard. I used to have a few friends IRL friends in the area, but they all just kind of moved on from me, I guess. Stopped texting or inviting me to stuff. Maybe I could reach out to them, but it's been so long now. I feel awkward. I don't know. Whatever. They're gonna have their dumb Instagrammable brunch get-togethers and movie nights without me. I don't care. She seems deeply troubled as well. As if I care. The only really human interactions I get anymore is talking to the worker at the post office after when I drop off shop orders. And even then I can't tell the guy. Even then I can tell that the guys normally at the counter is more and more annoyed with me each time because I'm dropping off so many different things all the time. Even my food, I just order no contact delivery most days. It feels like it feels sometimes like I've just forgotten how to have a conversation with another person. Nice earrings. Nearly forgot about the mandatory shirt flex. I tried to find a shirt with like a cartoon character on it. So here's my Pride Disney shirt. Got it in Disney World. In Florida. Yeah, most of the yellows and blues don't come up in the on the green screen, so just the top part of Mickey's head kind of does. Imagine Podge went to work out the best shirt and no one claimed shirtless. I always know you will. I don't know how to make friends. Not that anyone bothers talking to me anyways. Such a shirt slut. I'm sorry I'm such a shirt slut. Oh yeah, wear that shirt. Antisocial. A lot of September posts. I can block whoever I want for whatever reason I want. I don't know any explanation as to why. Just because some people can't read between the lines and they need everything written out for them before they take the fucking hint doesn't mean I actually have to sit there and explain my thought process about everything to them. I'll block for whatever reason I want to. Bad vibes, blocked. Bad takes on Hallowed Halls episodes, blocked. Hallowed Halls episodes are what Winerva hosted. Constantly trauma dumping on me randomly, blocked. If someone blocks you without warning, literally just get over it, move on, and don't throw a temper tantrum like a baby because someone online didn't like you. And especially don't try to come back on an alt and cry and yell at me about how mean I'm being. I used to hear you out because what's that going to get you? Double blocked. Allow yourself comfort. Nick, the sorry shirt slut. God. October 2025. Rare positive post from me? I ran into someone kind of interesting today. Like, literally ran into her. I had my head down on my way home from the post office and didn't see her. She was chill about it though and laughed it off and thought it was going to end off a very embarrassing interaction. But she just kind of kept talking to me. And before I knew it, we were just kind of hanging out and she walked me home. When we got to my building, she said she'd like to see me again sometime soon, and I said okay. Which kind of shocked me. Well, I'm not in the habit of hanging out with random people off the street, but I don't know, something about her just felt like, I don't know how to put it, intriguing, maybe? Like, I wanted to know more about her. Maybe I finally made a friend for the first time in however many years. Or maybe this is all just one-off thing and I'll never see her again, who knows? Very positive post for me on Black Loggeroo and beta games that we're getting off getting the end game curse. Okay, I'm feeling weird about yesterday now. She said she wanted to hang out again sometime, then just left? Like she didn't give me her socials or even phone number or anything? And like that, anything like that. So how is she supposed to you can contact me? She knows where I live. Is she just gonna show up at my front door randomly? Like, literally, why did I let a stranger follow me home? That's so dumb. She could be a serial killer. But also, I mean, she seemed nice. Little do you know. Little do you know. You don't get killed, but little do you know. Sometimes I can't help but wonder, if I went missing, would anyone actually notice? Would anyone put out an alert? Would anyone look for me? How long would it take until someone realized I was gone? Would it be my neighbor who stopped hearing me through the apartment walls? My landlord when I missed the payment? a customer after I fail to fulfill their order, my family that I only ever see during weddings and funerals. And if I died, wouldn't anyone bother showing up at my funeral? Would anyone even care to arrange one for me? Or would I slip away through the cracks of time, leaving the world as if I had never existed at all? I'm not a serial killer, so I save 5 hours on one way. Oh, it's 100% the landlord. Where's my money? Not that I intend to die or go missing. Don't, promise I'm fine. But those morbid thoughts still kind of just linger at the back of my mind late at night. I try to ignore it. As a person who used to be unmedicated for their depression, I didn't wonder in that month, but like way before I got these meds, I was a very different person. Very different. I used to kind of have those. When I try to sleep, I get thoughts of Carl mocking me with his smile. Yeah, so that girl I met the other day, she literally just showed up at my door and asked if I was free. I was, obviously, since all I ever do is sit at home and stare at my computer until I make a sale. It was kind of jarring, TBH. I thought the last time someone, I think that was the last time someone knocked at my door. I think the last time someone knocked at my door was ages ago. Someone looking for their friend, and I had to tell them they were on the wrong floor. I almost didn't bother answering the door at the mall today. She didn't seem to have anything in mind when she invited me out, so we just sort of started walking. Eventually, she told me she wasn't from around here, so I could show her around properly sometime, but today we kind of just wandered nowhere in particular. We hung out again today. I made good on a promise to show her around some. It's probably good for me to get out more like this. You know, like psychologically or whatever, touching grass. We went to this little cafe, and I used to go all the time, but I haven't been to in ages. They have the best lattes. We talked about mostly older cartoons and stuff. She knows a lot about OG Maisie the Mutt history, which is really interesting. I've seen fan artists draw Maisie all goth and punk sometimes. We figured it was kind of typical ruining innocent, cutesy cartoons, edgy junk. Never knew there was an actual canon basis for those drawings. I only know the Maisie cartoons. I only really know the Maisie cartoons I grew up with. I only really know the Maisie cartoons I grew up with. So hearing about the origins are more spooky. That her origins are more spooky is cool. It might be fun to design some gothic Maisie acrylic charms now that Stencil Line can't literally shoot me dead for it. Well, even though we basically just met, it for some reason feels really easy to talk to her. I kind of get the feeling she's been just as lonely as I have. Just someone who needs a friend. Same as me. Maybe that's why we click so well. I don't know, is that cringe to say? Remember, kids, if you infringe on my IP, my lawyers will kill you in real life. Mickey Mouse in a nutshell. Oh. That's not a human opposite. a drink. That's Slishy. That's Slishy as she appears in the real world. Yo. 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 What the hell? That's so cool. Oh, there's music. No, it's just a tall person. Felt kind of embarrassed. Oh, coffee, yes, please, by the way, on this little thing. Felt kind of embarrassed when she asked me what I do. Not in like a career way, but in terms of hobbies and stuff. Kind of made me realize that I don't really have any hobbies. I don't do stuff for fun. I only really draw when designing new merch or the odd commission. I don't draw for myself anymore. I used to have a music review blog, and I'd go to local concerts and stuff, but I just kind of fell off on keeping up with that. Obs, I didn't tell her about the blog. Well, she doesn't need to see me whining about my problems all the time. These are my issues, and I don't want to dump all my problems on her and burden her with my sadness. She's my friend, not my therapist. But also, I asked her the same question. She was low-key evasive, or at least vague. Maybe I just didn't understand what she was trying to say. A kind of weird way of talking, and sometimes the meaning of her words feels like it goes over my head a bit. You see the puppet? Anyways, I told her I like music, and she said she'd show me some cool indie stuff. I got the download, so I'll put it here. It's nice. I haven't really heard anything like it before. Music? Music? How do I music? Trying to up the volume. Trying. Oh, wait, hold on. I've just realized something. Just realized something. How do I restart you? How do I restart you? Damn it. I will reload the page. Here we go. What was the problem? The internet sound wasn't on. I had to restart this. So the title of this was The Stars in Blue, which is the storybook that is also the title of the storybook that Jane wanted to write. I have questions about where that song came from. Who made that? Did Jane make it? Did Slishy manifest it? Because that's not a song we've, heard before. Huh. And it could be a spectrogram, you never know. Let the music play and the pianos. October. Oh, God, Halloween sucks so bad. First time going onto a midnight movie showing in ages. Reminded everyone in the world sucks except for me. People getting drunk and yelling and trying to talk to me. Leave me alone. Stop talking during the movie. Couples making out in the back of the theater. Ew. Having to pay 30 real American dollars for a large popcorn and 2 drinks. What the hell? Whatever, at least the movie was good and my costume was fun. Kind of hard to tell if my friend liked the movie or not. She seemed unimpressed. Well, which I guess is fair. It was a schlocky 80s slasher film. Kind of a dumb plot, but still classic. Didn't technically plan to meet up there. I just assumed she'd be there, which luckily she was. It must have been super embarrassing if she. But it would have been super embarrassing if she hadn't showed, though. I don't know about going to a movie alone. Feels like everyone would be judging me. Music make me lose control. These pictures. Oh, yeah, that's right. She is in Los Angeles. What was this costume supposed to be? The fishnets, though. TBH, I've never really been interested in history much. Kinda same, but I do like ancient history, though. Oh, I forgot the little banners here. Boo, did I scare you? And Halloween sucks. And a cute little pixelated pumpkin. Look at him. He's so cute. Cowboy up. Just a lot of old dead people killing each other, and I don't really care about that stuff. But my friend wanted to go see a museum. That would be interesting, so I said, okay. I don't know how that many museums around here, so we just went to the Museum of the American West. At first, I suggested we go to the Maritime Museum because pirates are cool, but she got this weird look on her face. So I said that that one of the only other museums I could remember off the top of my head, the Maritime Museum. She does not want to go there because the cult. Her friend is Slishy. We kind of gathered that already from this. And yeah, when we got there, it was kind of just a lot of people killing each other back and forth over land, whatever. I did end up thinking the Cowboy Gallery was kind of neat, but she didn't really seem to like it much. Guess the museum just was a bust. Kind of worried I'm messing things up. I don't know. I haven't really had a close friend, IRL friend, in an embarrassingly long amount of time. I feel out of practice. I hope she doesn't think I'm kind of lame now. Cowboy. Best of West collection. Is this a museum in Los Angeles? I might want to go. Good thing we learned as a species never to do that again. Oh wait. Pod being traumatized for most of the other this pod, the other 1% of the kind of time. Cowboy. I love cowboys. Cowboys are so cool. The fictional representation of them is inaccurate. I get that, but still, I can acknowledge that the history of cowboys is not what you think. But I can also acknowledge that cowboy movies are amazing. And cowboy characters were cool. Having someone to actually go places with me makes me feel a lot less awkward. The Red Dead games. Funny you mention that, because I do own Red Dead 1. I just haven't really played it. I have played Red Dead Revolver, though. Future stream game? Maybe. I moved here years ago, but I never took the time to do the touristy things, touristy sightseeing stuff, because I was busy, and it also seemed lame. I remember a Red Dead game on PS1 as a demo. Pod's going to come on stream in full cowboy clothes. God, I wish. Like, I moved here because there's a lot more opportunities as an artist, and it sort of felt like if I did all the cringy touristy stuff, it would mark me as an outsider. Like, I didn't belong and would never fit in, or like, it would make me vapid and superficial. Like, I was taking this step in my life, wasn't taking this step in my life seriously, and nobody in the industry would take me seriously. I don't know, part of me does still roll my eyes and think it's cringe and dumb, but at least it's kind of fun when I have someone coming along with me, and we can at least make fun of the dumb things and the tourists together. And also, I ended up not even working in the industry I was aiming for anyways, so, whatever. Who cares what they think? Well, go frog yourself. Just Cassie get a cowboy hat too. She, I don't think, would like that. She would look at me and she would be like, "Get this off or I bite." Popcorn being $30 is the scariest thing. It is the scariest thing we've seen so far. The weather's been kind of terrible lately. I don't mind rain or thunderstorms. I guess it's not that unusual for November, but still. Not that I'm like going places or doing things or hanging out with my friend. Going places and doing things and hanging out with my friend, it would be nice to have some less wet weather. Now that I'm like doing things. But at least rainy nights are good for staying in and watching scary movies. Janet? Janet? Comes over like every other day at this point. Janet. Why did she call herself Janet? I guess it sounds like Jane. I mean, I guess if she said like, "Oh yeah, my name is Slishy," that'd be weird. You know. So we've been going through some older horror films. I like the ones with big monsters, but she's more into slasher films. Same. I like the big monster stuff. Hello, I'm Slishy. I don't know if anyone actually keeps up with this blog anymore, since it's kind of turning into my personal daily life diary, which is probably boring to read. But if you have any movie recommendations, let me know and I'll check them out. I feel kind of bad when a friend leaves. My friend leaves for the night though, walking on her own in the dark and in the rain. I have this irrational fear that because she's so tall, she's going to get struck by lightning. I would let her stay over, but I don't have a spare bed or a room, and my couch is kind of small. She could always stay in your bed. Like I wouldn't doubt that name at all. I get fuck tall people, gets carried away by a flood. Karma strikes again. It was finally nice out, so Jen and I went to the garden today. The fall leaves made everything all orange and red and warm, even though they're technically dying. I feel like the city is a lot of concrete and glass and artificial man-made stuff. So being in a space of just nature was refreshing from any large birds. There aren't enough trees in LA. Yeah, no, that's true. No, I don't think the palm trees count as real trees. Yeah, we do have a lot of palm trees in California. No, like fir trees or trees with like actual leaves. No, we got palm trees with their big ass fronds. Brought my dusty sketchbook out with us for the first time in the light of day. First time it's seen the light of day in ages. Did some life drawing of people around us. It felt good. Part of me kind of wanted to like hold her hand while we were walking, but I don't know. It might be weird. She's only wearing these mismatched leather gloves like all the time. So IDK if she's a germaphobe or has some kind of sensory thing or maybe a skin condition or something. Uh, the gloves are her skin. But I didn't want to overstep her boundaries, so I just didn't do anything. Oh, let me see these pictures here. Anyone else see a person there? Or is it just me? Flubs. Ugh. Flesh gloves. Blech. It's just a normal person to see people. She chill. These. That is absolutely Slishy, or Janet, as she's being called. These are just random people. Look at dog! Look at dog! She sketched dog. There's a little girl with looks like her mom just absolutely talking her ear off because that's what little girls do. She penned dog, you could say. God. I always feel kind of bad for animals in zoos. Sorry, the one for this one is ah. Ah. Relatable. So kind of bad for animals in zoos. I know zoos do important work for like science and research and conservation and stuff, but still, sometimes the animals look so bored in their cages. So like a quarter of the exhibits were empty, and probably more than half of the food places were closed. I forgot to bring a water bottle, so I had to spend like $10 for fucking water. Spend more than cries in going to Disneyland. Cries in theme park. Theme park water is so fucking expensive. There's also a school group there, so I have a little more patience with kids. There was a lot of also a school group there, and I try to have a little more patience with kids than I do with other people. But still, they can be so loud and annoying sometimes. Maybe I just kind of judge the teachers like, though, like, ma'am, one of your students is trying to throw rocks through the fences. Maybe you should like do something about that. Kind of tried to avoid the group altogether, so we didn't have to hear them yelling dumb jokes to each other. Made by Walt Disney Tears. That's why it's frozen, preserved for hundreds of years. I wanted to get a picture of Janet next to the giraffes, but I swear because I swear sometimes she seems like just as tall as them, but she's not much of a fan of having her picture taken, which, that's fair. Me too. The gift shop was also super overpriced, but the plushies were really cute. They had like a million of each animal on every wall. Caved in and got a panda. Well, she was just too cute. Oh. It's not illegal to take food into cinemas, and that's just a myth. So we're paying for nothing. As long as it's not hot, your food is hot food. You're good, apparently. Yeah, I think I remember hearing about that. Jane Giraffe. Sorry, Janet Giraffe. I wonder why she always draws her like this. I mean, that's what the Slishy Slasher kind of looks like, but, Oh, yes, giraffe and long tongue. Blang. Jeff. Yoshi tongue looking ass. I walked right into a movie with a bottle of water on full display and no one cares. My name is Jeff. My name's Jeff. And there's Janet again in her long ass coat in Los Angeles. I know she's a cartoon or something, but like, how the fuck she not get so hot? Look at this long ass like heavy jacket in LA, bruh. Wonder if sometimes the people are like, we had a very have a good vacay pic. Let's add it to the lore. No, this was absolutely taken for the. This is taken for the blog or for the, especially the pictures with Janet in it. My God, that has to be dedication. NB badge. Oh, that would make sense that the Slishy is non-binary. That kind of makes sense to me. She is less of a person, like a human, and more of a being. So it makes sense. Also, panda. What is this? We'll go to break after we finish the blog. There's not. Oh, there's actually a lot left. And then there's that. Yeah. Oh. Oh God. They are. They definitely. This one is just I'm just a little gay. I'm just a little guy, and I'm just a little gay. I was like, same girl, goddamn. Cleaning out some old stuff the other day, and I found my old roller skates. I forgot I even had them. I brought them from home when I moved here, but I never really got to use them much. Easier to just take the Ruby red line, which is a thing that they always talk about, but they never show. The Ruby red line sounds like a transportation system that's just kind of around the whole country. They still fit fine though, so I found the roller rink not too far away and asked if Janet wanted to come, which she thankfully said yes. The roller rink kind of sucked when we got there though. Way too crowded, and the food and music playlist was all mainstream trash. It smelled gross, like feet and rubber and stale nachos. That's a roller rink for you. Janet started feeling really bad, like sick or nauseous or something. So we left and found a skate park to hang out for a bit. She was probably like, I want to kill all of these people, but I can't. But it felt good to use my skates again. I don't think I've done any skating since I moved to LA. I feel weird out in public. Hey, some people would be fine with their feet smell. Okay, here. Well, yeah, some people do. Yeah, some people are into that. I left in front of skate park to hang out in for a bit. It felt good to use my skates again. I don't think I've done any skating since I moved to LA. Fuck yeah. Here I am, doing everything I can, holding on to what I am, pretending I'm Superman. Try to sleep. Like I'm worried about people watching and judging me. With my roller skates, it's like I'm moving too fast for any of that to matter. Also, Janet is like really bad at skating. So much that all the time she tripped over, she fully fell on top of me. Not that I minded. I didn't really expect her to suck so much, considering she moves like the kind of. She moves in this like kind of deliberate and suave sort of a way normally. I guess the addition of wheels throws that all that out the window. Is kind of cute. Just like watching a baby giraffe try to walk for the first time, but I shouldn't be too hard on her. She said this is her first time ever trying to skate. It's a cute outfit. I like that. I mean, it's just black, but like, it's a cute outfit. It's like black jeans and a black polka dot top. She has flesh. No, this is the girl. This is Sadie. This is the person who owns the blog. Okay, why did no one tell me the Science Center is actually kind of... Oh, the Science Center in California? I'm not sure if it's a different Science Center, but the Science Center in California. That's a good one. That's a good place. Actually, like, it's actually kind of fun. IDK, I just sort of assumed it was aimed at kids, and yeah, parts of it definitely are, but it was still really fun. It's a bunch of different exhibits about sports, ecosystems, space, physics, all sorts of nerdy stuff. Then there's the exhibit. Then there was an exhibit about the science of fear. It was all interactive and had challenges and stuff. It was a part with animal brain slices, which was really gross, and a giant interactive human man thing that showed how the body responded to fear on like a physical and psychological level. I made the mistake of telling Janet I'm scared of heights, and she made me get in this contraption that was supposed to help people get over a fear of falling. I'm scared of heights. We're gonna cure that today. Pause and put in the spider mode. I'm also afraid of heights, but so I don't think it helped much. But at least she got a good laugh about how scared I got. But yeah, Janet really seemed to like the fear exhibit, and it might even help her with her work or something. Actually, I don't remember what she said her job was. Would it be too weird to ask now? Probably. Oops. Hey, what's your job? I kill people. What? You heard me. Spider's Man appears. God. Spider's Man is funny. Does that make me a bad friend if I don't remember what she does for work? Oh, hell yeah. Look at that. Space. And there's Telelectric. The New York World's Fair. There was an incident with that in lore. Heal people permanently. I mean, I guess when you're dead, you don't have any health problems. And just a little guy in science. I find myself wanting to come to this dumb blog less and less in recent weeks. I don't know, I feel like I'm just have less to complain about, and instead just wanting to blog about my regular everyday life. Been spending more time out of the apartment, hanging out with my friend. My online shop's doing well. Life's pretty okay. Speaking of all that stuff, she's been staying over pretty frequently, even when I'm not doing anything particularly interesting. I'll just be packing orders, and she's just kind of over on the couch watching me. She'll randomly walk in and around my apartment whenever she feels like. Sometimes she brings me takeout. It's like having a very tall cat. I don't mind though. It's nice to not be alone. Slishy is a cat, and Slishy is a tall cat. You have a big health problem. You have no health. Doesn't affect you though. You're dead. I love this banner. Lesbian panic. Why do feelings have to be so complicated? Ugh. Why couldn't I just make a friend and be satisfied with that? Why wouldn't it be someone else? I wanted to ask, someone else. I want to ask her out with just so many factors that I don't know how about that. It feels like maybe I shouldn't bother and just let things be how they are. Is she even single? Is she even queer? I mean, I assume the answer was yes to both of those, but technically I never asked, and we've never really talked about it much. I'm worried about her I'm worried that asking her out on like a date will jeopardize our friendship, and I don't want to lose her. I don't want to lose her. Sorry. Doctor, after the payment with the surgery declines, well, we gotta undo that. But also, I don't think another person has ever made me feel so happy. At least not for a really long time, and I don't know if I'll ever meet someone like this again. And so it's like, if I don't ask her out, and I might regret it for a long time. A really long time. But I was fine on my own being single for so long. Also, it kind of makes me feel like weird in a way. I don't know if I can properly describe. Like, I would be giving something up if I let her fully in my life in this way. Losing my individuality, maybe? I've always been very independent and self-sufficient, never needed anything from anybody, but now it's like, I don't know, it's like she kind of showed up in my life, and I accepted that, and I've adapted to it since then, but if I asked her out, that would mean I am fully inviting her into my life, like, potentially permanently, and my life would probably change forever. Like some post I saw online about, like, the consequences of inviting people into your life or something like that. I can't remember the details. Being vulnerable like that, putting my emotions and my heart out on display for another person is scary to me. Or she laughs at me, or she thinks I'm weird. Or if I've just been reading too much into things and she was basically just being friendly and she thinks I'm gross for thinking about her like that. Or she's not into me. Yeah, you know what? I feel that sometimes. Zig's explosion. Also, the next post is, never mind, that last post turns out she is very into me. You went on a proper date in the morning, but I'm just like really, really happy. Feel happy and seen and cared about. I feel loved. I don't think I remember the last time I felt loved. Normally saying that, or I guess typing it out, would make me feel really pathetic and lame and cringy, but for once I don't care about that. For a long while, I didn't feel like a real person. I've just realized I haven't put the music back on. Well, this is very heartfelt and not at all horror, so, complained about it plenty of times in my posts. I was so lonely. I felt like I was a ghost in the world, just sort of aimlessly drifting through life without any real attachments or companions or impact. Can it change that somehow? Being able to connect with with her, has made me feel alive again. Made me feel like a real person. When I'm with her, my heart beats faster. I feel more awake and alert. It's such an obvious sign that I'm alive and real. And here in this moment with her, she is so amazing. She's alluring and funny and hot and unique and charismatic and hot and confident, and also did I mention hot? I love that one. I love that trope. She travels all over the country, and she has so many interesting stories about the places she's been and the sights she's seen. I can tell she's got some sort of mysterious past, and of course, everyone is entitled to their own secrets, but it still seems to have made her such a complex and multifaceted woman. There's just something about her that feels so magnetic, fascinating. Being close to her feels like the same way the air does just before a thunderstorm. I've never met another person quite like her. It's nice to have someone I'll get to wake up next to in the morning. I am loved, love struck. She says all one more time, she is officially in the spicy realm. Fuck you, go to the spicy dimension. It's got too hot and heavy, so I have to use the inhaler. Too intense for these mere mortal beings to comprehend. Dear Diary, that's basically what this blog has devolved into at this point. Today, Janet and I went to get coffee and walk in the park. Not really any different than what we normally do, but now I don't feel anxious about holding her hand or staring at her lovingly for prolonged periods of time. Single. I miss that. I miss that, and I miss being stared at lovingly. Sorry, you guys aren't hearing it, but I'm hearing a long yelling argument. I just want to get out of this fucking house. See, she helped me carry some orders to the post office today, and I think the mail guy was surprised to actually see me with another person. I don't know. I guess none of this is very interesting to write about, but I feel like I want to document it anyways because there's these little moments feel important to me and make me happy. I guess that's kind of a habit. Only focusing on the negative sides, people that annoy me, bad stuff that happened to me, random online comments that piss me off. None of that feels important anymore. It doesn't bother me much. When someone comments something stupid on my posts, instead of seething and fixating and ruminating on their words for hours and hours, I just show it to Janet and we laugh about how stupid the person is, and then I forget all about it. I literally don't care. I know in my last post I said I don't feel like bitching about random people as much anymore, but you know what? The people in LA really test me every day. They should make it illegal to shove phones in people's faces and while asking them questions and recording them without asking first. No more on the street podcasts. Actually, just can we ban podcasters altogether? The only podcast I bother listening to stopped posting months ago, and everything else has been obnoxious to listen to. There are a lot of podcasts in this universe that stopped posting because they were killed, not by Janet, probably, maybe, but by another character. Sorry to hear that. Yeah. Thank you, Snake. And everything else. I hope that supposed serial killer that the news is talking about gets them all. Oh yeah, there's a rumor that there's a serial killer that's going after podcasters in this universe. Douse. Why, lol. Fuck them podcasters. It's true crime podcasters specifically. Because they profit off of tragedy and murder and all that other stuff. Oh, okay. Actually, about that, I don't know how much I really believe there's a serial killer. I mean, people are always getting murdered or disappearing here. It's not that that's different than usual. I think it's just the news fear-mongering, TBH. Talking about it with Janet, and she asked me if I was scared, but, like, not really. I don't think I'm an interesting enough person for a serial killer to notice me. Oh. That's funny. Oh, damn, that bitch boring. Get away from me. Yes, Twitch, I want to send. Twitch is coming for me. Or even if they did, I now have a very tall, somewhat strange, occasionally kind of scary bush following me around, so I feel pretty safe. Imagining Swishy Slasher as a bush lesbian is my favorite thing. Oh my fucking god, that's hilarious to me. I love that. Oh my god. Also, final girl. We went to an art museum today. I wanted to do a research for a new shop drop I'm planning. And he's just poking out of a bush now like they do in Fortnite. My emotional support bush will protect me. Bush. Butch. Oh god, I got a joke. I'll post it. Hang on. The museum I was thinking of going apparently got shut down like 2 years ago. Yikes. Yeah, it's probably good that I been getting out of the house more the last 2 months. I am way behind on what's happening in the world around me. So anyway, we pivoted and went to a different one. Wish still good they had one as the president. Oh, give me a second. There's updates. Honestly, I feel like art galleries are all exactly the same. Paintings and statues on bright white walls and with exposed ceilings showing off all the pipes and wires and ugly parts of the building for whatever reason. We just kind of wandered through the exhibits until I found one that I was looking for so I could take pictures and notes. While I was doing that, at some point, Jane wandered off from me, which, yeah, fair, I was not paying attention to her, but also, it's embarrassing to admit, but I also kind of started panicking. I've gotten used to having her near me, so when I'm out, so I guess I've been using her as a lifeline, and without her next to me or in my eye line, suddenly the world felt a lot more, I don't know, sinister, malicious. Like something could go wrong at any moment. I'd be trapped, stranded in this maze-like gallery alone. What if the building collapsed and the ceiling fell on top of me, crushing me to death? What if I'm actually not allowed in this part of the building and the security guards take me to jail? What if one of those other people in here is a serial killer? footballs me into some corner no one else can see to gut me? What if I lose my phone and wallet and train pass and I can't get on the route back home, so I'm just stuck out on the street and I don't know how to walk home from here? What if the animals in these paintings come to life and tear me to pieces? That is called catastrophizing, and I have done that. Symptom of depression, baby. I know none of these are very rational fears, especially that last one. But it was still just like immediate panic and fear, and I didn't know if I should walk around aimlessly and try to find Janet or just stay where I was and hope she came back. But also, what if she left me here forever? She hates me and she's never coming back. But in the end, all of that anxiety and blinking back tears and heart beating so fast I thought I was going to die and shaking and feeling nauseous and wasn't unwarranted because Jane wandered back over to me eventually. Felt kind of pathetic for being so clingy. I'm probably annoying her, taking up so much of her time. Oh. Honey, no. Sadie, no. Oh, here's the long one, and I can already see, oh no. I've been thinking now that I finally managed to kind of break out of my shell a little and made one new friend. Girlfriend? I don't know, we haven't really discussed labels, really. Maybe I could try reaching to some other people, too. Some of my old friends in the area, maybe. The mutuals I see regularly on other artists, alleys or boosts or cons. I mean, Janet is great, of course. I feel like a lot. I like her a lot, and spending time with her has made me feel more confident and happy and stuff. But I think depending on the only one other person, it might not be good for me. Codependency or whatever. And with more friends, we can do like more stuff. Like Christmas is coming up. I don't have family to spend it with, and I get the feeling Janet doesn't either. Janet doesn't either, with the way she kind of dances around the subject, but with the bigger friend group, we could have a big holiday party and spend it all together. That probably sounds really dumb. I don't know. I'm just starting to feel like I actually don't hate all people. Maybe people can be good and kind of fun to be around. I've always rolled my eyes at humans are social creatures, but I guess it's true. I don't like that I'm gonna have to read this post. This is a long post, and I can already tell it's them breaking up or her leaving, or I don't know. So this is gonna be sad. I was stupid for ever thinking I could trust someone. I was right all along to think that everyone is only out to get something from you. I feel so fucking dumb for all of this, spending like 10 weeks of my life on her for all of it to be a big fucking waste of time. I could have spent that time doing something important, like working or having instead of having stupid coffee dates and sleepovers and walks in the park. Why did I not just ignore her that first time she tried to talk to me? I ignore everyone else. I feel hollow. I was just telling her about how I was thinking of reaching out to old friends and mutuals and try to be more connected. She said I should reach out to Jane. I was confused, of course, because I don't know anyone named Jane. Until she reminded me that actually, I used to be on mutuals with them on an art forum a few years ago. I kind of forgot about the whole situation because, yeah, Jane Zine or whatever they used to draw, or whatever they used to draw, like Maisie Mutt fan art and serial cartoons and stuff. I remember I had to block them because they were super clingy and kept talking to me like we were BFFs when I like barely knew them. We were just art mutuals. They kept drama dumping all their personal problems on me out of nowhere. So anyways, I was obviously like, why would I reach out to someone I've actually never met, who made me uncomfortable and crossed my boundaries multiple times and that I blocked years ago? Janet told me I need to go help Jane and that it was my responsibility to make things right or whatever. She told me the reason she was actually even here in this city is for the first place was because of Jane. So it's like the whole reason you even made friends with me was just because this other person wanted to get to me. You didn't actually want to be my friend or care about me. I was just a stepping stone to you. This other random person to get something out of. How would I even help someone I've never met in person before? Even if I wanted to help, I don't know what Jane looks like or where they live. And what do you expect me to do at someone else's living or financial or whatever situation? I don't even know what help I was supposedly going to provide. She didn't elaborate at all. It all just kind of hit me like a brick at once. Janet had literally never mentioned this Jane person before, but now she reveals that all along, the entire time we've known each other, she was just trying to I guess, make me go help them somehow. Did any of our time together mean anything to her? Did I mean anything to her? I don't understand any of this. Why me? I'm literally nobody. I didn't fully remember what I was saying, but I was just kind of crying and yelling at her, telling her to leave and never come back. She'd go fuck herself. I was better off without her. I wish I never met her. This Jane girl was so important that Janet go help them herself. I don't think I've ever been so upset or angry or heartbroken. It felt like all of my emotions were scaled up by 1,000 and my heart was about to explode out of my chest. I felt like I had been stabbed in the back. I really felt like I was going to die. She barely even said anything, barely even moved. She just watched me screaming and sobbing and throwing pillows at her. Until I exhausted myself and collapsed on the bed crying. And then she held me. She said something to me I didn't even want to write down or remember or acknowledge, and then just left. I'm just alone. Give me a second. I'll be there in a second. And numb to everything in my dark apartment that still smells like her cigarette smoke. Feels like she took some part of me with her. I told you I will be there in a second. I swear everyone in this house needs hearing aids. Anyway, God, right in the middle of the fucking impactful emotional moments. Great, amazing. She was a smoker? Good riddance. Hey, smokers are fun. Smokers are fine people. Most of the time. They just smoke. Which, I mean, I wouldn't be able to really hang out with them because I have asthma, but still. And she left something in my heart. The thing that lets me connect with others. I won't ever see her, talk to her ever again. Even if I did, I have no way of finding her. No last name, no family, no phone number, no social media or home address. Just probably isn't. Janet probably isn't even a real name. I don't know if I'll ever be able to talk to another person ever again. It feels impossible. Feels like I even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to. Like now there's something terribly different between me and everyone else. I'm missing something important that they all have no matter what, and I will never get it back. I got her these fancy new leather gloves since hers are worn out. I was gonna give her for Christmas. What do I do with them now? Deleting this vlog. I don't want the memories. I might even move apartments. I don't want her to be here. I want to be here when she does come back. Not that I think she will. Jesus. We'll talk about the emotional distress that was just that in 10 minutes. We're going to take a break. I have to go get dinner, so I will be back in 10 minutes. Oh. Have I been unmuted this whole time? We're back. That was sad. There's numbers here and letters, but that was really sad. And I was on this page because this is where she talks about Sadie, like at the end of Sadie at the very least. You know, like, I didn't get them in the end, or rather I did, but not the way I wanted, or they wanted. What's for dinner? It is, meat on a sandwich. I don't know what meat it is, I didn't ask. I went in, I told Dad that he's very lucky that the microphone does not pick up his yelling. I got my sandwich, I got my water, and I left. But yeah, I went into here because I'm like, okay, well, they're both of this, so I have Mongolian beef. Nice. That sounds good. Oh god, this is bright. I have to go to this one. So yeah, I mean, there wasn't any. The only thing on Sadie's blog that is interesting are these numbers. Otherwise, it's a very sad tale. Like that hit hard. I got her these fancy new leather gloves since her Seymour was going to give them to her Christmas. What do I do with them now? That one hits. I think I've had a couple of I am, or at the very least, been in the middle of a couple of times where I have gotten someone has gotten me a gift, or I've gotten someone a gift, and then we broke up, and then they're like, I don't know what to do with this gift now, because it's in my home, and it reminds me of them, and I don't want to be reminded of them. Relationships are, they're complicated. Great, but extremely complicated. But enough of that, let's go to this. Whatever this is. So this was the art gallery that... Oh god. Oh, there's so much. Oh, there's so much reading. Did the PC out? No. No, it did get updated. A little bit. Slasher mini update page. Page will mostly focus on the secrets where to find them, but the explanation will be on the main document. Neat. Oh, that's right. That's Coral. So, alright. I'm gonna make a guess. Yeah, these are all write-ups of all the characters in this picture. That's a lot of write-ups. I mean, this guy had a fucking 7... Oh, I thought it was 7 pages. 3 pages still. That's still a lot. What about art college? Everyone has dedicated things. Oh no. Oh no, there's so many. There's so many things I have to do. I'm not gonna be able to cover all of this in one fucking video. So, if y'all want to, if I don't get to something you all want to see, better off exploring. I don't know how I got to this page. I just found it on the Discord. So you're gonna have to find that too. But maybe through exploration I'll find out where the fuck to find it. But anyway, let's get to them, shall we? Holy fuck. Worst part of all this to the security officer was that it hadn't even been his first shift when the fire started. Not the noises, not the haranguing and heckling and hazing, not the speed at which things intensified leading up to the week of the accident, not the priceless art lost, not those caught in a blaze, not the extensive progress in which he was questioned by his superiors, the higher ups, the owners, the law, but everyone around him. It was again that it wasn't his fault. It was all just one big accident. He told them again and again until they really accepted his lie. He was the only employee who smoked in the building. Oh, he'd gotten complaints from day one. Never let it be said that his habit hadn't earned him shit, but he always laughed it off. Said they could hire someone else that the paintings appreciated, and that the paintings appreciated the smoke. No, they don't. The fuck? How long you been back? What'd you eat? I am eating meat in a bun. I don't know what it is. Some sort of meat. Why is the flight of the Valkyrie spooky Valkyrie? I see. It's from Pumpkin Jack. I need to play that again. I did not see what you posted in my DMs. Jesus. Where are we writing? I wonder if it was a knife. The staff had been restructured, and with everything happening right now, his smoking had seemed like the least pressing matter to deal with. And yet, when the wreckage had meticulously sifted and overturned, they found that cigarette. All eyes descended on him. Him, who wasn't on the job that night, who didn't even smoke that brand of cigarette, who had been off sick from work for the past 2 days due to the strangeness that greeted him each night. And he'd been fired. After 10 years of being there, just like that. Blocky hands nervously fumble for a lighter. I've been doing that more frequently with everything happening, and almost an involuntary reaction, but truthfully, the security guard is grateful his body notices the movement needed to take care of him, nor his brain does. It's an odd comfort, but one of the few he can afford. He'd been blamed for the fire, but he'd also been blamed for the oddities. You're drinking the blood of your enemies because it's fruit punch. It's a little drink mix in the water, so it has a taste, not just water. Not even the janitor caught suspicion, but for some hateful reason the guard did. In all his plain, unassuming presence, he drew everyone's ire. He was like a stress ball or rubber tire. Stop sign angry idiots fired buckshots at when they needed to lash out. An unfeeling, unmotivated cement block. Water straight. I'll drink it by, but... He hadn't been there on the night of the fire, or when the museum had acted up, but he'd been there before those dates, and during those nights, he would chase what seemed to be intruders right until their shadows resolved into potted plants and podiums. This would happen every night, and he never found himself able to describe the shapes or the shadows that prompted him to scramble halfway across the gallery. All I could say is they were strange, and that he thought they'd been people, but they weren't. All these incidents went unmentioned. The environment he grew up in had been less than kind when the topic of mental health came up. The guard had thought his potential insanity was something he could coerce and intimidate into place. Something he could overcome with willpower alone. Something that he could put into place with cigarettes. The cigarettes that had been indicted with him were palest blue, baby powder blue. The mere thought of them sickened the taste of whatever death stick was smoking at the time. Memories of that lifeless, passionate hue brought nausea, and nights spent heaving over the toilet. No discernible brand, though. Could have been homemade. But the clean construction of their form had negated that idea from the moment he had it. Had he always been in every storefront window? Had they always been in every storefront window? Every cramped corner of the sofa? His bathroom cabinet? Death sticks? A Star Wars reference? People call cigarettes death sticks. But yes, death stick is a Star Wars thing. The smell of smoke always clung to his clothing so heavily that nothing had ever hoped to lift it. Maybe not. Now it was, and would be. He reaches for another cigarette, and it is placed into his fingers. Gentle, yet firm. Many white, gloved hands hold his wrist as the cigarette is passed off, like they were assuring him of something. Perhaps of an awful failure, of an awful future. His skin feels like it's sloughing away beneath the grasp, coarse and uncaring sensation of oil paints and neglected canvas. The strength with which his wrists is held speaks of something callous yet delicate. Like how his father would thoughtlessly pick him up as a child to take him home. Or how a farmer would handle an animal when taking it to the slaughterhouse. The hand closes around the pale blue death stick, cradling it. This guy was blamed for the painting, for the gallery going up in flames, and the gallery went up in flames, apparently. And I'm assuming that was Slishy's doing. Sorry. Visiting this place had, at the time, felt like the right thing to do. Way to get away from the bullshit happening over at campus. But more importantly than that, a way to pay his respects. Jane was dead, or worse. Everyone on campus had agreed on this. He'd only met her briefly in senior year, but he left such an impression on him that they stayed in touch right until she slipped out of everyone's lives. He wasn't sure what he could have done for her. They never became close friends as much as acquaintances right until the end. Could anything have been done for her? Maybe if she had told them what was going on in their life, if she'd not let those details to be discovered after her passing. That's the lie everyone tells themselves, easing their guilty bedtime woes. However, those who had the greater scope, such as this is Slishy. Okay, know that Jane had reached out, had asked for advice, had found nothing that made enough sense to grasp onto. Acquaintances, not friends, Jerry had to remind himself of this constantly. Don't get so worked up over one person who knew you for such a brief time. She could be dead in a gutter, but it's okay, you were just acquaintances. So why did he feel so guilty? Why had he hopped on a train and visited a place she casually mentioned once in a conversation he no longer remembers the details of? Why did he feel nauseous seeing the scope of work that Jane so admired? So very violent, limbs, bodies, leering faces, pale skin, thin-lipped caricatures, depictions of brutality in every manner. Suits, ties, ball gowns, the glistening of light pearl necklaces, mixing with the gross shimmer of organs tumbling to the painted floors. From what he understood, the exhibit was a bit of shared work, with each painting, regardless of painter, ostensibly being connected within the same setting. Sometimes a character would show up in a different artist's painting, but never in the same room as another featuring it. The effect of this created something like a scare maze, haunted house, or an immersive walk-through play. There was no plot given, which is a bit agitating. Worsing didn't use his brain and make up a story of his own. As he walked through the small building, the idea in his mind that this was a riot, but he was also found in an area talking about the pretense of illegitimate, uncivilized violence versus the facade of Westerners' civilized life. The idea that Jane might have visited this place as a child was a bit worrying to him. Thinking on it, he'd seen grotesque movies in his own youth, which others might question his access to. Some of the paintings were strangely empty. Something he assumed to be a stylistic choice, but one of the other patrons seemed very insistent it was not. He'd wanted to understand her. The thought tumbled clumsily into his mind, surprising himself. He really wanted to understand Jane. He'd have been her friend, see if he could figure out something or anything. I'm reading the write-up of Slishy. Slishy has a write-up of all of these people. I am reading the write-up of him right here, this guy, Jerry. See if he could figure anything about why she was the way she was. The hotness running down his face at first assumed to be a leak in the ceiling. Then his vision swells up and blurs. Fiercely wiping his eyes, Jerry covers his face with his arm, trying to leave the gallery without embarrassing himself any more than he already has. It was so unfair. Four pages on this woman, my god. Ronnie had, in her time working this job, never once heard a kind word from the people who visited. Others might call such a claim a gross exaggeration and possibility. Oh, God. Alright. You wanted it. We'll do it. Alright. Uwu voice starts now. Wani had, in her time working this job, never once heard a kind word from the people who visited. Others might call such a claim a gross exaggeration or impossibility. Yet to Wani, the idea was true. No thank yous or how are yous, no cheer, no goodwill, no nothing. Just asking, and yes, Wani knew that was part of her job. Yet it hardly helped to know that when the constant stream of drooling, oafish public tested her capacity for goodwill and goodwill again and again. Oh, how they tested her patience. Some days Wani fantasized about jumping over the counter and braining some idiots that she dealt with. So many questions that could be answered by 2 extra seconds spent in one's own thoughts. Questions about locations of restrooms, or when every room of the building had a map and a luminous white light fixtures gladly pointed them out. Always questions, endless questions. It was her job to be a tour guide. It was not her job to be a tour guide. She was a receptionist, greeting people at the door and yelling at them if they held it open too long for the draft to get in. Wani didn't care for art. She did not care for most things in the world. If anything, she cared. She cared less about the profession after being forced to work with them so long. If the general public was an unwitting grievance, then artists were a malicious one. The artists here were loud and annoying, constantly fighting over things that did not matter, breaking the rules and shouting. God damn it, Potter. You... and shouting no, screaming at her when Ronnie tried to make them aware of such violations. She'd long since given up trying to talk to the artists. A miserable bunch. Throw them in the wood chipper and paint in their paintings with them. Ronnie had never heard a kind word while working here. Which is to say that when Ronnie sat down at her desk one day, she was pleasantly surprised there was a crisp, warm white envelope labeled to Ronnie L. Forrester in spiky black letters. And inside it, well, the praise within the letter was enough to turn her face pink and red, right there in the building for everyone to see. The words had been kind, they'd been caring, but most importantly, they'd all been grateful. So grateful, so appreciative of her service, acknowledging her efforts, recognizing her high esteem for the work she did. Here, it was all a bit much, but for a person who never received any sort of thanks, Ronnie's day was lifted. Her ego inflated, her spirit brightened. From her perspective, it must be a regular visitor, or just a very, very kind person. I'm sad that clip's gonna be 1 minute long. I wish I could get the whole thing. You could get part 1 and part 2. How lucky she would have been to never know anything of the country. It had been an innocent mistake, it really had been. Ronnie had seen a stack of similar envelopes placed on her desk and had assumed they'd also been for her, so she'd taken them home. She was intending to return them later, even though she didn't believe the lie. Is she reading other people's mail? Ronnie had seen the letters. Seen each of them. Enough to fill a trash bag 3, even. All addressed to people she'd never heard of. Much less people who worked there, certainly. He'd taken them for herself, pretended they were all meant for her. A craving for additional validation, overriding any of the warning signs telling her that was an awful idea. Well, why did I think the voices were longer? Like 4 to 5 minutes. Well, imagine if they were. What is this fucking audio? It's from the Vivitch. The Witch. It's the Witch, but the Witch is spelt with 2 V's, so I call it the Vivitch. I didn't call you anything. An unlawful idea it was. What followed was beyond the realm of whatever terrible consequences Ronnie could have anticipated. First came the knocks on the door at all hours of the day. Not rushed, not aggressive. Just polite little tapping. It lingered and echoed long enough to make dismissing them impossible. The distinct sound of the doggy door at the back of the house. Ronnie didn't own any pets. It was just the sound of wasn't the sound of an animal rushing in for warmth or safety. No, it was the sound of a hand gently lifting the flap. In her mind, Ronnie could envision wax-like fingers curling around the edges, inquisitively testing the parameters of her home security. Whenever Ronnie would turn away, there'd be something. There'd be the feeling of something itching, crawling, exploring, fingers on the edges of the mail slots, teetering on the corners of doors, anxiously waiting to pry open the windows. Something at home. She'd catch the sight of black shoes or white heels behind the crack under the door. The showers felt different, the water falling harsher than usual and giving her hair an unpleasantly dry and stiff feeling, like she sprayed it with product. Nearly dry flecks of paint began showing up in the oddest places. On her hair, in her clothing, on her furniture. Ronnie would set her hand down, wheel her fingers along some curious texture, then feel something pop beneath her hand, sting it with pain. This had happened countless times in just a few days. In a moment of panic, she covered all her valuables and sentimental possessions with work tarps. Scrubbed the house until her knuckles bled thoroughly, sanitized every inch, only for more pimples to crop up whenever she lost focus. What drove her over the edge, funny enough, wasn't that someone was stealing her mail. Someone was stealing her mail. She knew this for a fact. Important bills and invitations would never reach her fingertips. Her being made aware only upon receiving annoyed, stern phone calls about never corresponding. Of all the stalking and paranoia, and the nights of feeling hands change the organization of her room, this was the greatest indignity of them all. They were stealing her fucking mail. It wasn't just mail which was stolen, however. Soon, Ronnie noticed her words failing to rouse people the way they should. The words that just seemed to never reach their ears. This perplexing development went the other way, too. Ronnie would often be startled to attention by people shouting at her repeating what they had said first, second, or third time. They'd ask why she was daydreaming, why she wasn't acknowledging them. Sometimes she could hear all their words, but in those cases she found she could no longer understand them. All information, both written and spoken, were being untangled like a loose thread. Everything was uncoiling and understanding. It was in this hopeless state that Ronnie was approached by a woman that, to her, looked like a corpse. Tall, blue, violent, she likened to something that drenched out of the shower drain, tangled and repulsive. The woman had a clear voice that cut through whatever spell she was under, asked for directions, and when Ronnie had given the remark match, the woman regarded her with a harsh but not unkind gaze. She had asked Ronnie if she could use her assistance, and thinking she might never find someone who could understand her words again, Ronnie sobbed that yes, she did need help because she was feeling very lost and scared right now. The blue woman's gloves tightened on Ronnie's wrist, keeping her from drifting away. She said a favor like that, she'd need something in return. An invitation to the gallery Ronnie worked. Ronnie, even after everything that had happened, felt herself slipping into customer service mode. Having told her that admitted to $5 and no reservation invitation was required, her possible savior's face had flickered for a moment. Not with annoyance, but amusement? Humans think so flatly. I sometimes forget that my Jane's lateral point of view isn't a common trait. 1 second. Before Ronnie could wonder who this chain person was, the slasher once again demanded an invitation, and in desperation, Ronnie finally gave in. What might come of the decision could be debated and scrutinized, but as a woman of my word, the path to freedom was given to Ronnie in a stack of familiar envelopes. Every one of them, the slasher said matter-of-factly, even the dead ones. Those you read aloud. Despite the vagueness, Ronnie understood what needed to be done, so she'd set off immediately. With the letters rustling in the glove box of her crappy old car. That night, she drove all throughout the city, and by the next day, she was out of state, ignoring calls from family and employers all the while. Mailboxes had been filled, eyes had struggled to stay awake, yet she forced herself to continue. At first it was difficult. Driving up to Meals Payable mailboxes of people she didn't know, knocking on doors when they were specified to be delivered in person, reading letters that were sad and bitter and loving, the grave of a person, someone too young to have died so soon. It never got easier to withstand each person's reaction, either. Some got mad, some threatened her, some cried, and some invited her inside for painfully awkward parties or family dinners. All these things were difficult to manage in their own ways, yet as time went on, these situations became not easier to cope with, but lighter in nature. It was like a great weight lifted from her heart. Once, one that had been there since childhood. Memories of sitting by herself in elementary high school, college, not because of ostracization, but because she'd been scared. Scared to open up like that. One might think that, considering the above, the job receptionist, a little ironic for her to have, but greeting people each day is very different from interacting with them on a personal level, you see. It had honed Ronnie's skills in seeing the surface level to a fine point. A point that punctured the earnest attempts of others to try and know her. Yet as she traveled, reading at graveyards whom the atmosphere soaked, and through her uppity demeanor, she felt herself soften, grow a little more understanding of the masses she had once loathed. Not to say they weren't still annoying to deal with, sometimes scary, but she felt that she could understand them easier, could understand them all. Throughout the course of her journey, many friends had been made. She had found people who lifted her from dark thoughts, people who cared, people who hugged her, people who comforted her, people who she knew better than family. With all of this traveling, all of this human interactions being formed, Ronnie had forgotten about those who tormented her, or rather, they seemed to have been placated. The first weeks, months even, of her trips, it had been unbearable. Constantly feeling fingers poke at her hair and sides, flipping open her glove box, sometimes even grabbing the steering wheel and singing songs while she tried to sleep. Yet compared to the occurrences of the months before, these actions seemed relatively tame, more playful than malicious. When the last letter had been delivered, a great sound was heard by her ears alone. One that she would struggle to describe, but, if forced to, would explain it like this. In much the same way one's ears pop when ascending to great heights, Ronnie had to. And with that, a disorienting sensation followed sounds of hundreds of things slipping past, through inside out of each other, her limbs being unfolded, her car visibly risen several inches as if freed by some burdensome cargo. The ground around her had decompressed as if, for at least as the far horizon, there had been an innumerably vast crowd standing there. Wherever they had been, they were gone. She found that they had paid her mortgage while she was away, so at least she had returned to a home, could pack her things and leave without issue. Not to escape the house she'd been tormented in, no, but because she'd found herself now the feeling of traveling exhilarating, that she couldn't imagine going back to life dwelling in one place. She didn't even bother checking in with her old job before departing. She was sure they'd do just fine without her. So wait a minute, did all these people die in the fire here? Because at least 2 of them left. Or maybe she just set fire to the place and there was no one in it. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, we're not gonna get to anything else after this. The artist Quinn painted chopped up women for a living. Fire, light a fire. My brain turned off. There was a fire. Yes. In this guy's write-up, it said that the museum was in flames, and people blamed him because he smoked. Not just for a living, but for passion, for enjoyment, because he simply loved to do so. If we were to only take these things into account, it would not be enough to indict the artist. No, he's not a bad person, because he drew chopped up women, any more than Jane had been for drawing puppets chopped up, any more so than his contemporary, such an artist who exclusively drew women getting cut up with chainsaws, or the artist who drew women exclusively getting cut up with buzzsaws. The first of the two painted his chainsaw pieces to reflect the violence women were subjected to, while the second painted them just simple for enjoyment. Neither were at fault for nor morally corrupt for their work, yet both stood distinguished from Quinn, in that both refused to work with the man. What differentiated Quinn from the likes of Chainsaw Artisan and Gut Chopper 3000? What differentiated Quinn from the tits tangled in telephone cables, or even draws dead women on Tuesday, was what damned him in their eyes was that Quinn was a misogynist. He was abusive, he was hurtful, he was mean. To say that it was without cause would be a lie. All violence could be traced to a point of origin, yet in this case, it really was a simple thing. Quinn thought he could get away with it. And he did get away with it, more often than not. Everyone looked the other way while he did as he liked. Quinn had, from his teenage years, harbored a special hatred for women. He's an incel. It had been allowed to grow unchecked throughout the years, until eventually he had hurt someone in a very physical way. Nobody had stopped him, so he had kept on at it for 10 more years, bringing us the miserable waste of a man we discuss today. Quinn abused women when they talked to him, and abused them when they ignored him. He abused them when they quaked, cowered, and kept their eyes to the ground, and especially when they said nothing at all. He abused women when they visited, and when he visited, in broad daylight, in those private corners, when they begged him not to, and when they tried to placate him, he abused them. When they hid, when they sat still, when they cried, when their voices ran shrill. He broke their prized possessions, tore up their art, left them shivering out in a rainy midnight air. Despite all these things, Quinn was well liked in artist circles. A group, unfortunately, more willing to look the other way when it comes to these things. Worse yet, that the others Quinn showed kindness. Worse yet was that to others Quinn showed kindness. Not a facade or simpering smiles. No, it was real, sincere kindness, altruism even. He even shows how he wanted to treat people. He simply shows how he wanted to treat people. His paintings kept tilting at an odd angle. The oddest thing, Quinn would readjust them, ignoring the countless times he had been asked to beg not to touch the artwork by one of the curators. It was his art, and he could do it as he liked. Only he would find them tilted once more the next day. It seemed like such a silly thing to ask the owner about. No one need bother him with talk of paintings turning yet. It bothered him deeply. But under his skin, someone was messing with his paintings. I suppose I could bore you with the details of this man's life. A glimpse of the impossible sliver in the shape of a man. He went to work one day. Or, he nearly tore down the gallery when some of his paintings had gone missing. I'm gonna check this for you. Oh, oops. No, it's, I guess it's from Ghost in the Shell? I'm not sure what. Saw bargains. Yet anything past that would be uninteresting, wouldn't it? As my chain once said, the perspectives of all people and angles are not in fact needed. Seeing any more of this man's mind would just hurt you. An unpleasant walk to nowhere. No, the only reason the story exists at all is to discuss his death on the night of the fire. He's been there after hours, hoping to, his paranoid state, catch the vandal responsible for stealing his paintings when he'd been startled from his thoughts by yours truly at the end of the hall. If I recall, he had a dumb expression, like he could not believe what he was seeing. Looking upon the slasher with delirious eyes, the Thatcher's formed the refined shape of violence. A body whose architecture is designed to be sharp in every single way, cut his vision, his eyelids first, and would leave him. Good night, Core. Not only does Mulecore, but I was like near detected. Quinn had screamed, wailed, spun around in pain and confusion as his eyesight left him, and yet, even blinded, he could still see blue violence leering down on him, still feel renewed pain from looking in that direction. He shrieked, babbled, got on his hands and knees, begging her not to kill him, to leave him be, that he'd done nothing, not anything wrong. Oh, that he had friends, a family, people who'd care if he was gone. Oh, the slasher's voice ran hoarse, yet shot out of her mouth in the same manner a shotgun fire rang off every surface. In Quinn's ears caused a unique kind of tinnitus. Please don't kill you. Quinn's throat constricted. Shrieks strangled themselves in an attempt to find sounds to not provoke the slasher further. And from the slasher's bloody red mouth, spew of her intent, her thesis, her mission, her purpose, rained down upon the artist. I kill people when they beg me not to kill them. I kill people when they ignore me. Kill them when they say nothing at all. I kill them when they entertain me, and kill them when they bore me. I kill them when they anger me, and especially when they make me sad. I kill when I'm hungry, kill when they're holding hands, and when they wish me ill, when they look at me, and when the sight of me makes them avert their gaze. I kill people that are cruel to me, and people that are kind to me. I kill those I've shared tender moments with, when killing them is the tender moment, when their skin is so, so tender. I kill them when they're too loud, when they're too quiet, when they're interested, disinterested, distracted, evasive, or mad, when I'm tired, when I'm wide awake, when I'm thinking about someone else, about what I'll eat later, about sex, about books, about movies, about anything other than the meat in front of me. Not to distance myself, but because I'm very busy, you see. I'm a very busy person. I kill people when they tell the truth, when they lie, when they find out I've lied, when they find out when they found out I've told the truth. Too little, too late. Your judgment has become my judgment. Your harsh gaze has been implemented into my perception of you. I kill you when I don't know how to fix them, and when they can't be made to act better. Kill when I know I can make them act better, and when words could convince them to try to act as a better person. At their highest highs, their lowest lows, when they mourn, weep, sneak, run, or creep, when I'm looking for a thrill, and when they hide, when they open up to me, and when they make promises. I kill them when they cross my path, and when I cross theirs, because I can, because I want to, and because nobody can stop me. The harsh gaze. Fleshy slasher. The harsh gay. See what if he was turning his logic back on him, right? He abused women because he could, and he wanted to, and no one could stop him. And she kills because she can, she wants to, and because nobody can stop her. Steal my blush. Shut the fuck. Oh man, that's illegal. The suddenness with which the snow arrived failed to catch Murray off guard. Something that others might understand, but if the experience was brought up, would be illicit, puzzled gazes. Yet it was so. One moment you're looking down, have your back turned, thinking about some other task, and then you look up right before your eyes, right at the corner of the window, snow. Blankets of the stuff. Snowflakes as large as a silver dollar, floating, drifting, and twirling through the winter air. The suddenness with which things changed had always been a source of discomfort for Murray, you see. They changed. Things changed too quickly. People left in an instant, and important memories faded away. Perhaps that's why the work as a janitor had always felt right for him. The same tasks every day, the occasional accident or freak event, sure, but always something that he was trained to handle. The solitary nature of his work had been a bonus. Murray never quite got people. How much they changed and all that. No mopping away the floors. Lonesome, suited man's nature just fine. Who's the man's nature just fine? That is, if there hadn't been that security guard skulking around the place each night, that job could have been called perfect. Could have. It had started with small acts of vandalism. Things the janitor knew were out of place but could not prove. The average person did not care. Don't care, Murray, I don't care. If a portrait was angled less than a fraction to the left, why does it matter? The painting looked a bit different. If it looked a bit different in his time, what does it matter? Why does it matter if a painting's a bit different? In his time working there, he'd found the curators to be not very interested in the works they displayed either. Everything could have been replaced with other art, and they wouldn't notice until someone pointed it out. Hell, they'd probably deny any changes at all if they were to happen. Top it all off, it was happening, and Murray could feel it deep in his gut. Much the same as he had felt it when his mom left for a checkup to the doctor, or when his husband coughed unnaturally quietly, and 3 months later they'd been sitting in a hospital bed. Change was energy kinetic. The security guard could chase, stalk, and pounce upon shadows all he wanted, but Murray understood was running could not be caught. I feel like the slash of killing lots of people is getting easier and easier. It feels like I'm killing no one at all. Flanders skiing. Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all! Stupid sexy Flanders. At first, the janitor had thought it too was a game. Everything that was happening, not a prank, but a game. Murray believed in ghosts, see, but not in the traditional way. Now that I think about it, perhaps he too was close to understanding the nature of this place. He believed in imprints. Murray did not care for the idea of an afterlife, not communicating with the other side. Years of waiting at his bedside with 2 glasses of him and his husband's favorite drink had taught him that the dead do not come back, even for the ones they love. Yet in his time observing the changes of the world, Murray could see that things intended to leave imprints acted like that of ghosts. Polished floors at old boatyard exhibits, watching the puppets sway in the faint gesture of the wind, embodying movements into wooden winds. The miserable remnants of people sculpturing in old journals from factory employees or businessmen. He'd seen the memories erected towards others by those who cared, and the way in which buildings felt rotten from the moment the foundation dug into the earth. Ghosts existed in 100 different ways for Murray, all without a hint of the supernatural. Not spectral intervention, just a blooming corpse of history. Change. Murray hated change. It was what prompted the man to abandon his job at the Mass History Museum, the old Echo Broadcasting Warehouse, and countless other places that claimed to be special, all too changing past for him to care about where they were going. This place, though, even with his constantly shifting paintings and countless new additions, it was a special place for him. Everyone in fancy gowns, suits, and ties reminded him when he met his husband way back when. To the man, the painting's inhabitants each felt like a constant friend. Make small talk whenever he had the chance, and sometimes an odd woman would join in. The paintings never changed past tense accepting. They had never deceived him, tricked Murray, presenting themselves exactly as they were. But the games, yes, the games. The changes he thought were games. The residents, in their own way, playing tricks on his old mind. Yet, as the week grew long, Murray had begun to notice a distinct absence of joy in the witnessed behavior. The footsteps he heard at night had not been those of gleeful vandals scampering out of sight, or a frightened person running away. The sound of being chased. He thought to himself the 15th time such a thing had occurred. Water had never drifted down to one side of the room when he mopped in all his years working there, yet now it did, in a consistent path, so that the gallery had begun sinking into the ground on the end. Residents he recognized were absent from their paintings day by day. Sometimes the composition had changed to a display room, ransacked or packed in a hurry. And first, this was all behind. At first, all that was left behind were some wallets, something not heard of in galleries such as this. Yet, soon added to the pile were hats, coats, dresses, and shoes as well. At night, although the Ruby Red line could be heard in this part of the city, he found more and more train tickets with each passing night. The night the day the gallery burnt down, Murray had found a letter, carefully tucked into his locker. Multiple letters, actually. Enough that when he opened the middle door, that they had flown out of the unit and as if being spat by a square gray mouth, each one stacked neatly on top of the other, each the same sizes and color, nearly identical. Not for the names adorning them. Felicity, Audrey, Doris, Mo, Dennis, Charlie, and so on, each lettered in spiky black handwriting. Ask for spooky music. What is this? Ah, Pumpkin Jack again. Let's skip the song. It's not spooky enough. Here we go. Inside were so many loving letters proclaiming their lifelong friendship with the janitor, talking of the many years they spent together and glowing recommendations of his services. Murray H. Munson is of the highest caliber in the field, and those who clean and maintain. To have him under your care would be an honor, one read. Ever grateful for your many devoted years of appointment with another. Our greatest patron, one referred to him as. Inside each had been money. No, not just money, but pearls, pocket watches, diamond rings, and jewels. Murray couldn't even put a name as well. Enough to retire, to do anything he wanted. Enough, he thought, to give those around him whatever kind of life they wanted. Walking out of the building that night, Murray had an unusual bounce in his steps and a rosy-cheeked grin adorning his face, his normally stony features. The greatest patron, he thought, mind dizzy with an almost smug sense of importance. I'm the greatest patron. Feeling like he needed some time to reflect on this and how he intended to approach the future, Murray called off sick the following day, narrowly missing out on the events which would earn him a vaguely angry call from the curators in the same afternoon. Angry was technically speaking the right way to describe the curator's voice. Angrier than Murray had ever heard a person in his life, but also frantic, also fearful, also absolutely out of his mind. The curator had ranted and raved at the paintings falling off their fixtures in unison, smashing to the floor in cascades, and empty painted rooms, feeble wooden frames. That was not the end of it, though. Every bulb in the building, normal ones, the colored ones, the special displays, had increased the brightness to bursting, showering the gallery staff with powdered glass, and pipes had blasted open. Fans shut off. The sound of shoes scampering and pattering against every surface, and dust expelling everywhere from an unreachable corner of the building. Murray tried the best he could to console the curator, generous, considering there'd never been a kind word offered by the janitor to the janitor by that man. In return, he'd been promptly fired. Thinking about the contents of the letters last night, Murray couldn't find himself caring about that much. If anything, the ex-janitor found himself bemused by the whole thing. Two more. 15 minutes to do it. I don't think I have 15 minutes to do it. Ugh. I don't think 15 minutes will cover it, but we'll try. 6 curly golden braids in each hand. Black hat frayed at the edge. Thin lips are accentuated by hints of red. Teeth that confusingly switch from human to animal shapes, not any creature who walked amongst men. A body that faded into oily darkness like a secondary abdomen. Arms that knit folded to suggest the crooked form of an insect or a spider. It's no gaming. A pale, powdered face, empty of the color of life, and pinprick eyes filled with glee. To Mauve, not a detail of her lover's form went unnoticed. No paint stroke unmemorized, no shade unnoticed. Beneath the painting, a plaque affixed to the wall and read, "Gaunt Woman." To Mauve, the painting was known as Felicity. Flea, for short. They'd met 3 years ago, Christmas Eve, dipping inside to get out of the cold until her taxi arrived. Mauve was not an artist, let alone a creator. She had filed taxes and organized spreadsheets for a living, but she had, among many things, an appreciation for this particular piece of art. Mauve visited the gallery every day. She'd eat lunch outside on the steps, imagining that if Flea sat beside her, she'd like the food Mauve had packed with her in mind. Then Mauve would quickly make her way into the building, skirting past the ever-distracted receptionist, and through each room until she made it to Flea. The other paintings held her interest well enough, as she considered them friends and acquaintances. Her object of passion, work colleagues or the like. However, Flea was the one she was here to see. With only so many hours in which Mauve could visit her daily, she made the most of her time. The love, and it was love, that Mauve felt for the painting went beyond physical attraction. Although she told her friends online that her partner was a very handsome lady, every time Mauve looked up at the painting, her body would swoon, wave-like in its motion, giving onlookers the impression of someone feeling faint or dizzy. Overcome with awe would be the better way to label this behavior. That someone had painted this, made it real, put it in a gallery, and that sat and waited for the day that Mauve would interact with it. Oh, the thought filled the accountant with the sense of smallness and gratitude to live in such a big world in which art was created. My Jane would often write about the perception artists can have of non-artists. How a good amount of creators perceive those who interact with their work. A disturbing little nest of self-centered individuals that subconsciously vexed themselves, view themselves, at their comprehension of the world as an artist, as the more creative, rich, complex, and lush, with the importance that those who do with importance than those who do not make art. To say that these artists do not perceive the critical thought of their non-artistic peers would be a disservice to just how despicable the mindset truly is. the art built from the same human experiences which every person on the world might experience in their lives. The cook, the builder, the athlete, the person who you secretly find a bore, you secretly find to be a bore or normie or mundane. Even those who not express their human thoughts through experiences through art, they still experience the same as an artist would. I feel like I know this song. Diablo 2. I've heard this in certain videos. I haven't played Diablo 2 yet. I want to, though. Even if the art had been made for oneself, it exists in an empty vacuum without the audience. Something which you see is only the thoughts and ideas of the creator. It is hollow and unfulfilled. To put a work out into the world, to let it be shaped and transformed through the act of observation. It is with this in mind that one can tell Mauve arguably had a closer connection to art than those artists who would gawk and sneer at her. Not just an appreciation, but a love of it. Desire to be close to it, to surround herself with it, all born from her meeting with Flea. Much in the same way that the smallest signs of illness or internal strife can be noticed by friends, partners, and family members, so too did small details of the gallery's sickness become apparent to Mauve in the week preceding the gallery's closure. Misaligned composition, strokes out of place, the slightest shift in hue, smiles that did not rise as far as they once did, all visual differences that one enamored with a painting might notice if they trained to look. However, the alerted Mauve to the illness of her lover was less of visual observation and more so of a feeling. The greeting she gave the still canvas was not resounding as warmly as Mauve would have liked. The air felt tense, like an animal waiting to pounce from some unknown corner, or an angry person about to start shouting. Clever as she was, Mauve could not place the information together, not because she wasn't an artist or because she lacked in creativity. In fact, she was the closest to understanding. She saw the paintings as people, as works of expression and ideas, things that could be projected into and that could be projected outwards. The idea of autonomy, though. Do not falter. Many don't understand. What drove Mauve to speak up was, of course, when she found the canvas in which her Flea dwelled empty of everything except the pitch black background. It was unnaturally smooth. Every stroke had been removed like an iron shirt of recycled paper. Flea had left her. What is going on in this gallery? What the hell? Alright, one last one. We're almost at time, but we'll read this, guys. Elliot Blackwater, 78, never expected to make it this far. Was a hippie in the 1960s, almost got shot dead while protesting at a factory, which outlived several of his peers, and saw the horrible red violence that consumed and swallowed and stained everything in their touches. Probably queer would look at you confused and say something like that. Just Ellie. If you asked. Worked several jobs that saw him meeting people in the cracks between the pavement of this country. Worked several jobs that saw him meeting people in the cracks between the pavement of this country. Got mad at what he saw. Went a bit mad, according to his peers, and was miserable to work with, to the point of hardly any exhibits and curators would even talk to him. It was just the pickiness, though. It wasn't just the pickiness, though, or the red-faced temper he displayed when things weren't working out. Elliot was always the first to speak up on what he felt was right, pointing out when his peers were being shameless, compromising their purported values. He was blunt, yet kind, truthful, and cared a lot about the people around him. Empathy had never been something that came naturally to Elliot, and that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He had been forced to understand others much of the time, but from the start he had always been exceptionally compassionate. When someone was in trouble, he helped them, and when someone needed something, he went out of his way to get it done. It was this quality that saw Elliot sticking around in spaces longer than he probably should have. Always having a keen interest in people, whether good or bad, and if they could tolerate his matter-of-factness, usually found him interesting too. He was an interesting man, not in personality, but in things he painted and things he'd seen. His work had been exceptionally violent, depicting the various atrocities of his country in the matter-of-fact way that people set on edge around him. Depictions of the Factory 9 protest massacres, the World's Fair, various wars in Korea and China, the death of political activists and union organizers. If there's a bloody moment of America's past or present, he'd probably painted it. Although, if he were to hear it this way, he'd harshly bark out that his paintings were not moments of violence, that rather the country was one long stroke of it. Wow, yeah, yeah, no, he's right. If you dragged a bloody red hand along the wall, would only the prominent patches be moments in which violence occurred? The ease in which this country moved on from brutality and slaughter always unsettled Elliot. Made him screaming mad. He'd been kicked out of college for tearing up history textbooks that washed away the truth, and he'd been nearly arrested for storming the stage during lectures on the future of this country. Oh, that crazy Elliot, they'd say. Can't he see things aren't like that anymore? We voted for a better world. Yeah, we did. The violence is over, on its way out the door. Honestly, sometimes those words made Elliot want to lash out and strangle them. The violence had been deemed over here in this country, but was still thriving abroad. Crimes toward their fellow man left unpaid for, wounds left open, victims left to their fates with not even an apology, but to many, as long as violence ended with their country, everything was just as it should be. The cop may no longer beat someone beneath their baton, but the non-USA dwelling human still bled for the same person's luxury. Oh, how his peers would laugh. They loved so much to laugh at him when he said this. Thus, with his paintings of past and present atrocities, he had hoped to gesture with his ears to look at the future of this world. It's only a matter of time before the new bubble of hate burst in the gilded walls of this country, and so it was when the fateful Halloween party fire cast shadows. Shadows which gleamed through the windows and the curtains of those desperate to ignore the state of this world. The amount of trouble these paintings have gotten him in, well, it was easy to see what kind of people would try to censor it from public viewing. That had always been expected. Something Elliot was caught off guard by. People tried to hold up their dreams of better days, of peaceful futures, maddened by his painted pictures, opening a window to the real world in their hazy illusion. What bothered Elliot most? People who got into his art for the wrong reasons. You couldn't control how people interpreted your work. Shouldn't. Sometimes you might even want to take their feedback and grow as a person. Yet, there was a starry-eyed crowd of admirers who abhorred interacting with his work in any capacity. See, they admired history in a perverse way. saw the things he painted, and somehow came to the conclusion that these events were being honored. Monuments to the foundation of a country that had grown strong through might and law. Some of Eliot's earliest sales of note had been from men who could be described as eccentric, but to do so would be underselling their oddness. They'd worn business suits and raincoats, the smiles vacant and vacuous, eyes flicking through the room constantly. COA, Sailors Foundation? Honestly, the name had long faded, but the memory of them gushing over his artwork for all the wrong reasons hadn't. Truthfully, Eliot had been naive at the time, not fully understanding that these people were saying about his work, but the moment things clicked into place, he cut contact with an abruptness that saw him moving halfway across the country just to avoid the meeting again. When his mentor had reached out, asked him to take care of his art gallery, Eliot had set the phone down for several minutes. The waiting words of his mentor left to linger as the expression of Eliot's face took on the form of someone that had a fatal disease. No immediate response. The phone had been hung up, and Eliot's fingers trembled for his paintbrush. Sort of comfort, as always. His mentor had always been a source of worry for Eliot. He was not unkind, not abusive. No, none of these things were the case of Eliot's unease. His mentor had taken a different path in life than Eliot, selling out his violent paintings to those who desired them for any sort of reason, even catering to them in later years. The process had been visibly aged and hollowed out the individual Eliot once viewed as with the highest respect, made him into a sleepwalker and a shell of a man. Eliot could not bear to see his teacher thin into nothing, and so he parted ways, never reaching out to the man until that phone call. To say his working here was out of anything other than loyalty to his mentor would be a lie. The work, the artists he interacted with, the artists he wanted to bring into place, liven it up, being advised against co-workers he hated, all left him horribly tired. Barely alive at all. Most of all, he hated the conceit of the exhibit. A monument to the meaningless of violence. Of how it was random and without purpose. Eliot had always painted his works with the laser-focused context of the events they occurred within. Violence was not causeless. It could be sporadic, yes, but never without influence or intent behind it. So to work in a gallery devoted to the idea of such brutality being purposeless went against everything he believed in. Eliot was the first to comment on the peer violating their values, but he was doing the same. It made him want to die. All of this to say, the day the gallery burnt down, there was no crying or screaming. At least, no crying, sadness, and fear, but great elation that Eliot was finally free to leave it behind. This, coupled with the figure he saw in the flames of that old building, her blue form towering above the smoke, collapsed timber poles, a true vision of violence and intent in nature. It inspired the man to pick up his brush for the first time in nearly 10 years. His artistic spark reinvigorated by visions of Miss Slasher. So it's literally burnt down that fucking museum for whatever fucking reason. And killed at least one person. Good. Honestly, that man was a abusive shit hole of a man. Oh, but anyway, wow, holy shit, we're not done with... we're not done with this, but... yeah. We have this to go through and this to go through, but I'm gonna go through that on my own. And I encourage you to go through it on your own. I love this project a lot. I don't always understand what's going on, but it's so creative, and when I do understand what's going on, oh my god, you know, it's impactful, it's cool, it's horrifying sometimes. But yeah, I encourage everyone to, you know, check out the new update and see if they can't find something that I didn't, or realize something that I didn't, and, you know, just, you know, pass it on to me. Be like, oh, hey, Podge, I was looking through it and I saw this, and have you seen this? And, oh my god. Wish I could write something this big. Actually, no, it don't seem like that's a lot of work. Yeah, and it's not just one person. There's a lot of people that contribute to this blog. This website. Yeah, I'm having a good time. But anyway, thank you all for coming out, of course, you know, and coming out to watch me investigate and read, mostly read some of the update of Pendog. The next time, of course, you guys are gonna see me is Saturday for not near, but Ace Attorney. We haven't gotten to Ace Attorney in a while, and we need to finish that at some point. And then Sunday we will actually get to Legend of Zelda. Today was supposed to be a Legend of Zelda day, but you know, whatever. I got inspiration to look through and have a fun time with, you know. So. But anyway, until I see you guys on Saturday, though, I hope you're all having a wonderful night/day wherever there you live. And, bye.
We are so glad you came. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye now. Bye. Bye-bye. Remember, please discard all candy wrappers and popcorn containers in the nearest trash receptacle.